Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today we're actually going to be working more on Glitterbreak. Yes, Glitterbreak, the authentic Magical Girl Skirmish game. I almost said RPG there, though that's completely wrong. But yes, this is a Glitterbreak. Glitterbreak is a very odd game that we've been slowly kind of going through. Added some more art, obviously. We got more Megucas to show everybody. I'm also fucking blind because something's on my glasses. And today is going to be a Notepad Must Die. Now, what is a Notepad Must Die? Very simply, this is we go until it's done. Most notably, this section. This might be Friday, but yeah, we want to get this done today. And that means everything done today. Why is this specifically a Notepad Must Die? This is a Notepad Must Die because there's going to be a lot of things here. Because this is pretty much going to be the summation of the main meat of the game, you could say. So, yeah, and as such, of course, I'm going to be celebrating this. Delicious nectar, otherwise known as Yingling traditional lager. I don't have a drinking problem. You have a drinking problem. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. It's going to be a very long one and not actually that fascinating. Like I hate to break it to everybody. Like game design isn't like fun. Like game design's kind of boring sometimes. But let's see. So let's open up this real fast. Let's size it correctly. Because I like, well, mind you, I like Notepad 2. I'm actually quite enjoying Notepad 2. The only thing that's annoying is that it doesn't keep the size at all. That and it does this. It treats everything as spaces. So you have like this entire section is counted as a space. It looks a little weird. Sometimes Control A doesn't work. But, so, the glitter squads and the forces of evil. Evil will need to build their roster of heroes and villains to battle it out on city streets, open fields, and anywhere else, spell anywhere else. Their villainy, their anywhere else battle take place. These forces are composed of magic points. Magic points. Actually, no. It's composed of mana. Which is the primal force of magic, which allows the Glitter Squad, and the Dark Lord's minions to be brought forth. In gameplay forms, mana is quote point values of each side when coming together for a battle. Both sides will have quote relatively equal mana values, equal mana for both of their lists. What the fuck? Let's watch some cannibal movie. I have a drinking pet that fixed my drinking. Who's eating who? Would you rather eat Notepad or be eaten by him? No! No eating! No eating one another. No one's getting eaten. Cannibalism is bad. Cannibalism bad. We do not partake in cannibalism here. I mean, I just want to devour the soul force of Kevin Sabata, but that's a completely different thing. Gameplay turn mana point value of each side. Coming together for battle, both sides will have relatively equal with their lists. A list is composed of units and their equipment. Their equipment and abilities. Let's see, units, equipment, and abilities. Actually, both sides are required to have at least one elite unit. Both sides are required to have at least one elite unit, but more unit to be considered legal. So if you want to literally have like one elite unit and a shit ton of minions, I cannot stop you. However, that's a terrible idea. So, considered legal. Alright, so got this. Glitter Squad. So, how do we want to actually approach this? This is where things get a little bit wonky. Okay, so we're going to do designing. So we're going to do designing heroes, and villains. Actually fucking spell today. So what do we actually need to put into this? So one, we're going to need to put in attributes. Attributes are going to be important. Let's see what we're working with. So yeah, we have our base attribute. We're going to have our attributes. We're going to have actually. Do we want to build like? Okay, here's what we can do. We can build like we'll build the glitter squad first. So obviously we have to worry about their attributes. Actually, we'll call them their core attributes, their secondary attributes. I'm calling them. Did I give them a different name? I may have given them a name. Right, yeah, primary and secondary attributes. So, and then we're going to need to give them tags, and then we're going to need to give them equipment. Equipment is going to be things like weapons, armor, and then finally we need to do spells. Actually, we can do something like a auxiliary. So this is what it's going to be. We're going to split it up into the glitter squads. You're going to have all your primary, secondary, tags, equipment, and then we have weapons, armor, auxiliary, and spells. Let me think. What else do we need? Oh. Reminds me, we need to do this. When a minion is activated, actually, you need to rewrite this section real fast. Let's write this section in 2 seconds. Okay. When minions are normally not activated individually. Instead, they are actually minions. Each minion squad will have a designated leader, often with a silly hat or identifying feature. Let's see, the silly hat. When that leader is activated, all surrounding minions of the same squad, are activated as well. Moving as a single, activated as all surrounding minions within 4 inches. Because if we take this, we extend it out to 4 inches, pretty much it's going to be everyone around them. It's pretty decent. We can actually probably make it 5 inches. Come on. With me. Anyway, we can probably even make it 5 inches, just the idea of like everyone around them. You're going to pretty much focus on them, and you can swing it all around, and then say, okay, everyone's there of the same type. All surrounding minions within 5 inches. Will follow the leader. If the leader is ever annihilated, another minion takes up the mantle as leader. And then we have to do individual minions can be ordered around player wishes. However, they require a full activation phase. Phase to be used and cannot be as a moved squad. Pretty much that's this idea right down here is in case someone gets lost or someone gets shoved back where they shouldn't, you can then kind of save them a little bit. Let's see. It's not. Let's see. If leader is destroyed, another minion takes with them. Another minion becomes leader. That's how we fix things. So I'm gonna read through my chat just to give you all a taste of my life. Let's see. We already have. Let's see. Oh God! Didn't mean to click that button. So the only power Notepad has is his alcoholism and self-loathing. We already have that power. Please don't add a bust size trait like every other Magical Girl game. I've not a single Magical Girl game I know I have that. The one you will know is God I Love Tummies. So thank you, Japanese man. Who's your favorite artist? Okay, spells work with the MP system or how? Spells work, spell system, how I'm going to be doing this is going to be using kind of like a magic point system, which is the idea that to cast a basic spell that you have, you're going to spend 1 magic point. You want to add things to that spell, such as more damage, more range, you're going to add more magic points. So it's pretty much you're always going to be expelling more. Most characters aren't going to have that many, but the idea is that they're not, because I don't want to be people just to like blow everyone up with spells. Everyone's already super powered magic people, however. Let's see. OSR is horny. It is. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Jesus, folks. Let's see, so spell so that's gonna be that for the glitter squads. I can probably move tags down to like right here. So this is what a glitter squad's gonna look like, and then roughly, luckily speaking, we can just add a. This would be a forces of evil, captain, and subordinates. Which leads to glitter squad members. So these, because they're going to be roughly the same thing, it's just going to be pricing is going to be different between them. Yeah, pricing is going to be different. Actually, we can do no, because after glitter squad member, we're going to say just like purchasing a glitter squad member is going to cost this much. For purchasing a forces of evil captain, because your first captain is going to be, your captain's free to actually pick up, but he's not actually going to be doing anything. But the idea is that the forces of evil themselves, you have to kind of buff up your captain. That's the entire idea, because that's what they're supposed to do. But subordinates are going to cost quite a bit. So, yeah. Okay, alright, this works. So, if we go down here. One elite unit. Considered elite designing heroes and villains. Actually, we'll put you here. The primary drivers. The primary member, actually no, the elite units of both forces are the centerpiece of the list of the roster, whether they are glitter squad members or captains of the forces of evil, of the forces of evil. They, their design and how they function play an important part in how the list and how the list will function in the field. Uh, carefully carefully tailoring to reflect this. Each elite member of each elite unit is custom designed. It's custom designed by the player, by their player, allowing them to tweaked and modified to do exactly what is required. There we go. Elite unit. So we do that, and then we're going to put you two down here for time being. Don't need you. Centerpiece of the force, which is pretty much say like your elite units are what's going to define the actual force. So we need to do glitter squads. Actually, you're heading 2, so you need heading 3. Glitter squad. Glitter squad members. Actually, make sure, because for some reason I always hate it when it does this, because it keeps trying to do that. So glitter squads are composed of a small group of teenage heroes, each bringing important. Oh wait, I forgot to bring up roles. So actually, we're going to put roles right here, which is going to be the same thing. So role, primary attributes, secondary attributes. God help, yeah, God help you, Draco. Oh, somebody's asking why nostalgia is popular. Oh my, why nostalgia is popular. Well, nostalgia, my friends, what makes us tick, because we always want to go back. Glitter squads are composed of small groups of teenage heroes. Not teenager heroes, teenage heroes, each bringing a unique set of talents and personality to the squad. Each are chosen for their pure heart and ability, heart and determination, even if they may not be the most competent in the field of combat. Because that's the entire idea. You're teenage girls. You're not exactly supposed to be like really good at like fighting. So, each glitter squad member costs. I'm gonna make a blanket thing to say here. Each glitter squad member costs 10 mana to bring onto. Costs 10 mana individually. It's purchased. Once purchased, that glitter squad member can be fully customized with the options below. Hello, phone. Glitter squads are entirely composed of these elite members of these girls, meaning that investing in each one one is important. So, again, as I said last time, my primary goal at the end of the day is I want to be able to build a Glitter Squad list. So, because if we do math-wise, so it'll be Glitter Squad member. Glitter Squad member equal is worth 10. Oh, go away. You go there. So we're gonna do expenditure cost. So we know Glitter Squad member costs 10. We know that. That's a guarantee. Now, for like roughly speaking, how I want to do this is a Forces of Evil captain. It's actually going to cost 0. It's going to cost you absolutely nothing to buy your first captain, because the captain is the center point of a Forces of Evil squad. However, a subordinate is going to cost 20. They are very expensive to pick up. You still have to edit them. They're about twice as value as a regular Glitter Squad member. And the idea is, like, you can't really... You have to choose, like, do you want to go heavy subordinates? You may only be able to get 1 or 2 subordinates. So, do you have your chat notifications turned off? So let's see. What system would you recommend for a normal person to solo? There's a few systems that do solo well. Do you have your chat notifications turned off? Back when I was a partner, I hate getting pinged. I don't really have any of that. I don't really get pinged or anything on here. I open Discord up every now and again, and I like to take a look, and then I close, and then I just close it again. And I like to have this open as well. Like, my actual setup for streaming is jank as fuck. Like, I don't think people quite understand how janky my setup is. Like, this is not a good setup, so let's see. So, like, at the very end, I'm in the appendix. What I'm going to effectively have here is a section where it's like, here are all the costs. So I want to write down the costs here first. So I can just copy paste them. Foe captain, subordinates. So, okay. So next we get to move on to roles. So we have to do heading 4, roles. Roles. So a unit's role, an elite unit's role is their innate advantages to allow them to perform amazing feats easier, and tailor their skill set to a particular format. There are... I go to here real fast. There are 6. There are 6 roles for a Glitter Squad members to take. Okay, there are 6 roles for Glitter Squad members to take. Rookie. Rookie. Actually, how do we want to? Okay, there are 6 roles for Glitter Squad members to take. So we'll just do rookies, leaders, warriors, magicians, supports, and defenders. Magician supports, and supports is a really weird word, but yeah, the entire idea is that they are support. They are, by virtue of existing, they give everyone a little bit better. So to take all glitter squad members start with the rookie roll. But can spend a mana to adopt a new role. So what we want to do here is we have roles, and then we're going to do, so that will cost, then effect, mana cost. So roles, rookie, nothing, effect. Rookies have no benefits. Effects, none. Rookies are pretty much do nothing. They are not actually the best in the world. Leaders, mana cost. So let's think. We want roles to be important. And the captains are also going to get them. So let's keep them cheap. Let's keep it at 5. Leaders gain a we'll say a 6-inch. A 6-inch. We'll call it leadership aura. Actually, get 6. Actually, leaders have. It would be inspiration. 6 inches. And all minion have inspiration 6+. There we go. Leaders don't really do anything. They have inspiration. Inspiration gives you bonuses. We're probably going to make them rerolls. Rerolls are the best. Rerolls are poggers, as they could say. So we are going to have warriors are going to be next. So warriors 5. Warriors spell. Warriors have +1. +2 to hit and damage. Have +2 to hit and +2 to all non-magical, and +2 to damage. Warriors hit hard and they hit fast. That's the entire idea. So you don't want them really doing much else. That's not really their purpose. They're not really designed for that. So magicians, mana cost 5, and magicians have a base of 10 mana points. Have 10 magic points. Have a base of 10 magic points. Do you write anything else for them? No. So magicians have a base of 10 magic points. So I actually get around to changing magic points system. I don't think I did. Okay, yeah, no, I didn't. So pretty much how it is that a standard unit, kind of like a standard elite, is going to actually just have 5 magic points because of how spells are going to be, because spells aren't going to be like extensive. They're going to be very general, and it's just going to be you spending more of them. I want to do something with a range of 5 inches. I'm going to need to spend 1, 2 magic points or whatever. It's kind of that basic idea. I didn't want to do really specific. I decided against doing really specific spells solely for the reason that across a lot of these, none of them were like super hyper detailed when it came to it. It was things like blasts, beams, just more stuff augmenting your abilities, because I want you to be able to flavor that personally. There's always comes that difficulty being like, yes, this character is going to use the blast attack to do blast attack things. It could be there's 1,000 different ways to make that blast attack different, But at the end of the day, it's just going to be you blasting them into smithereens. Because, yeah. Okay, so them having... Magicians having just flat out more is a pretty big deal. So support. 5, support. Supports can... actually have... how do I want to do this? No, we'll do heal 3 inches. 3 heal inches and add +1 magic points to when to the refresh phase. So all the support does, they don't get anything, but the entire idea is that if you are within 3 inches of them, they're close to you, they're going to be able to heal you. They're just going to give you a little bit of healing, just a smidge, to make sure that you don't die. So you want to get the support, but the support you also want to keep back. It's kind of the push and pull there. And finally, we have defenders. 5 defenders have... What did I write down for them? +5 endurance. Have +5 endurance. And +2 protection. There we go. Now, for Forces of Evil, on the other hand, they don't have the rookie, obviously. What I'm going to do is, though, it's going to be 0... Actually, it's going to be 0 cost for a leader. Actually, let's take out the S on all of these. And actually, I'm going to say is restriction. Restriction, only 1. Only 1. Actually, yeah. They have 1. Actually, no. We'll actually do this. Amount. Amount is non-applicable to that. You can only have 1 leader. 2, 2, 2, 2. So pretty much the idea, you can only have, like, can't really spread this out very much. Actually, we can probably do 3, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, something like this. So if you really want to, you can have a few warriors, but you can't really have like that many magicians. Or actually, if I really want to be cheeky, I'd do that. But we'll do that in case you want to do some like weird support play. Just buff up 1 person and keep them incredibly strong. However, what we can do is for the amount, you can only have 1 leader, have up to 4 warriors, only 1 magician, only 1 support, and up to 4 defenders. So kind of the idea that as the Forces of Evil, your subordinates are a little bit more... Actually, we'll do 4, 4, 4, 4. A little bit cheaper to adopt a role. And you can flat out just take the leader role for free. Actually, what we'll do is 4... No, we'll do 0 for you. So you'll always be... Actually, we'll do 2 for the leader down here for them, for the Force of Evil. So that they can... You're always consistently getting that. The cost might be a little bit low, but we have to work on those costs. That is literally going to be some good old-fashioned fucking eye doctor tier design. It's going to be 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's literally all it's going to be. I'm going to probably have to throw this in front of somebody. I will probably bully one of my friends into making a list. Just because I can see something. I want to make sure they can see something. I want to make sure that they can see it. So first things first, let's post it in here. Let's see. At least the advantages are 6 roles. Glitter Squad members can take rookie leader. select you. Hopefully you all like tables, baby. I love tables. They're so much fun. We will do 2's a little bit big. Can we do 1.5? Select everything. Update table properties. Color, black on black. Do said black on black. Alignment, middle, center. Neutino 12. And if we take this, we bump it up to 2.3. There we go. Now, if we really wanted to make this pop, we do this. We slow. Oh, come on, Google. I believe in you so much. Want to make it pop? We do that. So, and then we could probably do this. That sort ascending, and then there we go. So this should work. Tables are the bane of my fucking existence. Like, Google Docs does not actually like tables very much. I've learned that over the years. Google Docs does not like tables. So okay, now we get to do primary attributes. So what we need to do is we need to put you here, put you here. We're going to call you specifically primary attributes, which is going to lead into secondary attributes. Wait a second. Why do Neutino? I know, because I'm working on another project that's using Neutino. Yeah, there are too many projects all happening at once. Metal Saviors will be the death of me. Which this weekend we get to go over Metal Saviors. That'll be fun. That one's coming along quite nicely, actually. So primary attributes. A primary attribute is as described earlier. Acuity, body, spirit. Each of these plays a part in the battle, from dealing damage, avoiding attacks, or being successful when casting spells. A glitter squad member, may purchase increases to primary attributes by paying the cost. Actually, both the step by step and cumulative costs in mana are listed. Cumulative costs of mana are listed. So pretty much what this is saying is that I want to get across the idea of being like, here's the cumulative cost and here's the just step by step. So if you want to just take this, so what we need to do is we want to take you there. Or actually, we want to do attribute. Actually, no, we want to call it the power die, because that's what it is. Actually, power die size. And then it's going to be mana cost and full mana and cumulative mana cost. So power size D000, D4, D6, D8, D10, D10. I said D10 and D12. D12 is the maximum it's going to go, so we need to make sure the mana costs kind of accommodate that. So we can probably do something like 6, 12, 18. This would be 24, 30 if we do that. So this would be 6, 18, 36. No, that's way too high. That's way, way, way high. Maybe we do something like, I guess we could do like 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, with it be 4, 10, 18, 28, 40. Then I'm, let's see, there's 3 of these. So we want to do 2 attributes. Actually, we want to do 1 attribute, 2 attributes, then we want attributes. This is literally just me being a fucking math nerd and wanting to make sure all my numbers are correct, because I enjoy doing that. So technically it would be, this would be equal F26 times 1 times 1, and then you paste that over there, and then we do 2 F26 times 2, suggest autofill all of you, and then you're going to be absolutely amazed, document, when you learn I'm going to type 3 in here. And there, okay. Three, 5, 7, 11, 13. Terrible. So let's do, let's try with the other math. Let me see. Open up the thing. Multiples of 17 like Ben. Fuck Ben. No, I'm not doing it like the Finnish man. So actually, this would be 3, 8, 15, 26. 26 would be 39. So it's a little bit cheaper doing it this way. Just a smidge cheaper. But does that? Shouldn't be too bad, actually. Getting to the higher tiers is a little bit more expensive, but everything like up to D8 is a little bit cheaper, which does make everything subsequently a little bit cheaper. Just a smidge, like it's just like this astronomically small number. Things. Ben is an odd duck. Ben is a fascinating human being. He not bad. He does very. I want to say this in the mind you. This is from an affectionate term. This is an affectionate term from me. Ben is an autist. Ben is a full-on autistic Finnish man, and he likes his games to be in a very particular way. But yeah, Ben is his own. Ben's a fascinating duck. The prime number cost, generally, I don't. Oh, didn't mean to click that. Ben, not Ben. The cost here, I'm not 100% sure, because what I might do is use this one for the glitter squad, so it's a little bit more expensive for them to get it, but use this one for the forces of evil. kind of the same thing, but just the costs are ever so slightly different, so it's a little bit cheaper for them to get things. Because so it's a little bit cheaper to get things for them. They're allowed to invest in it a little bit more hardcore. So it's like, yeah, okay, I'm getting my stuff earlier, I'm getting my stuff better. Because ideally, I'd want people to gravitate around here for, like, their primary stat would be like D8, secondary would be like D6, and maybe even have like a D. You having something very low for other ones. So I think this should work. Yeah, I think I'll use this version, and because I still need, again, I need to worry about the force of evil. So I mean, when it'll work. I think it'll work. Is it going to be like absolutely flawless? Absolutely not. But I actually, you know, I don't believe in absolutely flawless things. And if I did, I wouldn't be a fucking tabletop game developer. I would be doing anything else with my life. But let's see. So this next one is where things start getting a little bit hinky. So the power die size or cumulative cost. So for example, let's say for example, I want to make a Meguca. So let's just say, for example, we want to make a random Japanese girl. Okay, we'll call her Ai Nakamura. There we go. Ai Nakamura is one of the character I've used specifically in a make your own anime thread on A way back in the day. It was a good fucking idea too. Meguca is a Meguca is a shitpost term, Mr. Y, in the Magical Girl community, specifically about Pula Magi Madoka Magica. This tiny franchise here has made let me quote this, a metric fuck ton of money. And it is it starts out fairly normal, but it quickly escalates into being not very normal. It has been memed because of, well, it is a very pretty show. Some of the background characters can look a little bit ridiculous. Some things look goofy to say the least. And these are just background characters. That's literally all. They're just backgrounds that end up kind of getting made in the anime stills. So that's where Meguca comes from, is just people bastardizing it off fucking... it is literally bastardizing it off of A, because A is the source of all anime memes. Remember that. Anytime a Redditor says they go on anime, you know... Anytime a Redditor says they made anime memes, what they actually mean is they stole anime memes from A. And A's a shithole, but I love A. Like, they are impossible to do anything with. A is the most autistic board on 4chan. Like, B is just random nonsense. It just doesn't make anything. A is where you get some, like, legitimate conversations in between schizophrenic rambling about anime. It is... V isn't a board. I reject V's existence. V is just sadness made manifest. It is the literal embodiment of chaos, and I love it. Watch the VOD, baby! See, that's the secret, everybody, is that I'll just throw in more random buffering moments just to convince you all, just so you all watch the VODs. Or you can subscribe to me on Patreon and get everything for free, like always. In short, a Meguca is a bastardized meme of background anime stills. Oy vey, Goyim, I can't allow that one. Because if you actually pay attention to most anime, or any animated show in general, is there are a bunch of background characters and a bunch of background stuff that usually isn't drawn up to the same quality because your eyes do not focus on it. That's not the point. That's why you can have like backgrounds that are in like really bad if you actually like pause it and look at it, because it's not supposed to be that. You're not supposed to look at it. Yes, technically the thing is, like, I don't have auto mod. Like, my auto mod is very, very lax. Yeah, it's effectively in betweens. Mostly because it's just amusing because it's like Madoka is a very high quality show. All of the animation and actual like things in it are very high quality, but they definitely cut corners in some regards. Let me see if I can bring up poor bitch from Madoka. Madoka, poor girl. Madoka, poor fag. Yeah, this is poor fag. And now, this is specifically a character in this. She's a background girl, mind you. But in this entire library, like this entire classroom where everyone has laptops, she's the only one with like this fucking background. She's the only one wearing with books and stuff. It's funny. So she's been memed and me literally calling poor fag. That's her name. She's just poor. To the point where Akinator can bring her up. Amusingly enough, though, here's one thing to actually note. There are actually two versions in that. They actually did a Blu-ray release of Madoka, where they actually redid almost all of the backgrounds. So a lot of those actually went away. You don't actually see a lot of those animation smears anymore. Yeah, Madoka. God, I forgot how fucking autistic Madoka is. I forgot how completely fucking autistic the Madoka people are. Hey, I can say that. I am referencing her literal actual name. Thank you very much. And that's why I don't smoke fags, everybody. English, it's great, I love it. Oh, God, that's not how it goes. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, God, my back. Okay. Where was I? So, yeah, we're going to be making Ai Nakamura. So she would have, let's say, just purchasing her outright would cost 10. See, the fact that Twitch didn't immediately shoot me in the back of the head for showing Crisis Heroine, I can get away with a little bit of things. I'm too small. Like, there has been nip slips on this fucking show already. There have been. If you really look hard enough, there's been some times I'm like, oops, whoopsie doopsie, can't show that. But yeah, no, it's, let's see, a cutie. Again, I've managed to skirt under the radar for long enough. I've actually have been. Just because I don't, most of these videos get like, here's the thing, like a vast majority of my videos don't actually get that many views. I mean, I feel pretty good about myself when I hit like 100 views. That's fucking nothing. And that is absolutely nothing. Like the little opinions have been getting pretty consistently about 100 views now, which the fact that I was like a year ago, I was like, hell yeah, 50 views. The fact is, it's like I can consistently get 100 views. I'm like, fuck yeah. Hell, even the SCP video graced 1,000 not too long ago. But that comes with the territory of literally going over like these tiny ass games. Nobody fucking knows them. Let's see. Okay, we want a cutie, body, and spirit. And what is I gonna be? I is gonna be a leader, so she's gonna be 5. Acuity, let's say she was gonna only have a D6 in acuity. So she's gonna have to spend 10 there. Her body is going to be pretty low. We're only gonna give her a 4 in her body, and she's going to have D0 in spirit. So we've got that. So already one basic girl is 15, 25, 29. She's already worth 29 points. Ooh, baby. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Having to do some cost changes somewhere, or we raise the base price. All right, that's concerning in its own right. So, secondary attributes. Secondary attributes are the core form the rest of the base base units set of abilities. These these attributes play an important part of the unit's abilities, but are usually acted against, or are used in rare circumstances. There we go. Again, these are secondary attributes. They're not as important. Act against or used in rare circumstances. These attributes are defense, movement, endurance, and magic power. Some of these can be increased. Others are a set value dictated by others are a set value that cannot be changed. So to do this, pretty much the only thing that's going to be actively changed. The only one that can be actively changed is defense and movement. Most other, like, endurance and magic power aren't really going to be able to change that much. But actually, it's going to be, yeah, defense, movement, and endurance, I guess, can be changed ever so slightly. So. Shimashi this too. The Doki Doki. So what we need to do is we're going to open up. We need to open up with defense. So we need to do defense. Defense is going to be 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Mana cost 0. Cumulative mana cost as well. So to get that's going to be 2, 4, 6. 6, 8, 10. And let me see if I can remember how to do this correctly. 12, 20, 30. Pretty much, I don't want you to have, like, super high defense. That's not the point. The point isn't for you to, like, have this insanely high natural defense. That's not the point. So, natural defense. Actually, did I? Or we just cut this entirely. Or here's another option. Natural is 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah, let's do this, because then you'd have to purchase armor and everything for it to actually like boost up your natural defenses. Which leads me to, no, this could be used for both of them. So we have natural defense. So if we go here, we then do movement. Movement is going to be a default of 8 inches. 8 inches. If you want to do 9, 10, 10 inches. That's pretty much all I really feel comfortable increasing it to. But we're going to make these a little expensive. Because I can, and I don't want people to be really fast. It's only about like a 2-inch change in speed. If you really want to invest in it, you can, but you don't need to. That's the idea. Don't need to increase your speed, but in case you really do. I would normally put a +1, +2 there, but I can't. Let's do endurance. Endurance we don't need to worry about, because endurance is going to be entirely tied to the armor. Do we want to do that? Actually, we can do natural endurance, and we can do it like 3, 6, 9. 3, 6, 9. Actually, no, we do 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Those, you can bulk up yourselves pretty hard if you really want to. I'm gonna follow the same. Follow the same structure here. Mana cost is gonna get real big, fucking fast, and you don't want to do that, because that's pain. Oh Jesus, what? 4, 12. Okay. 4, 12, 24, 24 plus that would be 40, and then we would 60. Yeah, you don't really want to do this. This is just for in case you're going for very particular builds or something like that. Or you're very late game in a campaign. Let's see. So, and then magic powers. And then we're pretty much going to have to put like what defense is, what movement is, what endurance is, and then magic power. Like magic power is like a door would be a thing. Okay. And so we have defense. Usually don't like putting heading number 5 in, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Actually, if you're 14, you're 14. Keep you 12, actually. Oh, didn't mean to hit Control N. That's... Defense is the ability for the unit to avoid harm. Whether it's dodging or their armor taking the punch. Defense is the defense must be met or exceeded to hit the unit with any attack. Armor is the primary way of increasing defense. However, natural defense may also be purchased. So if you want to, you can purchase natural defense, but it's not required. You don't need to take natural defense, but if you want to not die horribly, you can. Let's do that. I forgot Google Sheets is really stupid when it comes to this for some reason. It likes to take things very literally for some reason. Guys, not Nutino. Why do I keep selecting Nutino? Lato. And then we do Lato. Later. Later, alligator. See you soon. Cumulative. We'll put defense on its own page. Natural defense, mana costs. Center. So we have a basic idea of our basic mana costs, and then we have to do our movements, if I remember correctly. Yes, we'll do movement. So, movement. Movement is how far a unit can move on the field in inches for a maneuver. Actually, for a standard or full maneuver. How far a unit can move on the field in inches for standard maneuver. The default movement. A default movement for all Glitter Squad members is 8 inches. Actually, let me see. 8 inches. Let's do. That's a decent size. Like, that's a good movement. But if you extend it out to your full movement, like every turn, a character can, in technicality, move 16 inches. And that's zigzags and everything. So, alright. So that's fine, I guess. I'm literally like, I have a tape measure out here. I'm like trying to like get a good idea of like, how far is this, like, relatively speaking? But if a normal table is going to be, let's say, like 2x4, 2x3, like, these things aren't, like, these tables don't need to be excessively massive. So, having these things be a little bit, movement be a little bit restricted is. This is the one hard part about skirmish games, is that you have to consider the physical limitations of a table in addition to everything else. So something like 8 inches does not seem very far, but when you compare it to the fact of like, oh yeah, this is going to be on a 22-inch fucking table, then yeah, that 8 inches suddenly means a lot more. Saying, oh, well, it's only a 3-inch movement, being like, that seems really small, but then it's like, yeah, of course it seems small. Because it is, but if you extend it out to even further, suddenly it's too large or something like that. That's why it's like, God fucking damn it. Like, why can't you be normal? Ah! Why can't you be normal? Okay, so, let's see. The movement for all Glitter Squad members is by default movement for all Glitter Squad members is 8 inches. Inches, comma, but the maximum movement can be increased. But the maximum movement can be increased by spending. So what we want to do is we want to select this just because we have the right thing here. So we want to select movement. Then we want to do this, put that here, because if we don't, it's going to freak out, because it's like, oh no, you're selecting things you shouldn't. And when everything start making a little reeing noise, things are gone wrong. So we need to do right there, we need to select the movement cost, because if you do this, it does keep everything relatively correct. Nigel, I'm going to fix the tables later to make them all kind of fit like this theme, making them easier to read. I just want to get these in. I want to get these done. So, if we do that, the next one we need to do is endurance. So, endurance is the maximum punishment. Actually, the maximum Actually damage a glitter squad member can sustain before she is down. Before she is downed. Glitter squad, when a glitter squad members, actually glitter squad endurance can be naturally let's see, can be, actually glitter squad endurance is defined by their currently equipped, armor, but natural endurance can be purchased. Anna. Now we want to do that, and then I'll probably also like shift these around so they're in alphabetical order, but I just want to make sure that it's down first, because that's usually an important thing to think about, because if you don't do that, things start getting wonky. It's easy to fix something that's already written down. It becomes a lot harder to fix something when it's not. Leto 12. Cumulative. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, hello. Hello, everybody. My name is. Hello. Technically, you should be 12. Why aren't you Leto 12? You Leto 12. Why are you not doing what I want you to do? Okay, so our final one we need to worry about is going to be magic points. So yeah, so this would be magic points. And magic points. Magic points is how much magical power the glitter squad has, allowing them. Let's see, magic points is how much magical power the glitter squad member has, allowing them to fully use their spells and abilities. Should all glitter squad members start with 5 magic points. But a glitter squad magician begins with 10. When a spell is cast, a squad member may expend additional magic points. To increase the effectiveness of the spell. So we've established kind of like what they are, how they work, and what. So everyone starts with 10. Okay. So, using our basic girl here, what's going to be our defense? Our defense is going to be a base of 10. Equipped in basic armor, not investing. Movement going to be 8 inches. We're not really investing anything there. And endurance, we're not going to be. We're going to probably have a basic endurance. I'm just going to put 15 for now, just to have it. And magic points. 5 and 5 0. She's not spending anything on her secondaries, which is kind of the point. I don't want people to have like a lot of secondaries to like change. That's not really the point. Let's see. Do I put an extra T somewhere? I'm surprised if I full on shit. So if we do that, slap an image right there, and next week. So let's see, we've got these 3 done. We need to do equipment now. Okay. Luckily, tags aren't actually that going to be that hard. Because it's going to be things that you can put on the unit to make them do different things. And also giving them kind of a basic defining aspect about them. Second. Oh. Oh, God, my back. That's not how my... Oof. So, equipment. So, this is where things... A little bit hinky-dinky. Say a little bit wonky. So, we select you, and we put you. So, equipment. Equipment. Actually, glitter force. Glitter force. Glitter squad. Squad equip. Technically you should be 2. You should be that. A glitter squad. Glitter squad. So, a glitter squad is entering the... glitter squad is not only composed of their ability attributes, but also actually of their skills and attributes, but also the gear they carry with them into conflict. Often these are summoned to the Glitter Force member. I'm gonna have to come up with a better name for Glitter Force member. I don't know what to fucking call them except glitters, but glitters are already a term. Often these are summoned to the Glitter Force member as she transforms into her magical girl self. These pieces of equipment, pieces of equipment are often magical in nature, and cannot be conventionally broken or lost by the Glitter Squad member at all. So effectively, you summon in this piece of equipment, or you summon in this armor, and it's pretty much on you. That's why you're spending mana points on it. It's not like I'm spending $20 on a fucking suit. No, that you're spending pretty much your hard-earned sparkle. Sparkles were the original name. However, the problem is sparks exist, and I didn't want to be associated with Sparkle, which is a Magical Girl game, which is bad, which is really, really, really bad. Sorry, I'm seeing stupid shit. You're not having any non-glitter squad mates. That's the secret there, Chief. Yeah, glitter squads are almost entirely composed of glitter squad members. Anyone who isn't a glitter squad member is most likely going to be a minion. Minions do not have equipment, they just have very basic arms and armor that will most likely get annihilated immediately because it's things like Tuxedo Mask. You're playing Tuxedo Mask if you play a minion from Glitter Squad. Everybody is Tuxedo Mask at the end of the game. Enemies wise, pretty much what this entire section is saying is like you're not going to lose your fucking equipment. It's not like the idea like this was paid for equipment. No, you're fucking magical girls. You don't need to think about that too hard. It just fucking works. That's all you need to know. It just works. Now this is going to be the cursed fucking part. Otherwise known as we get to go to Crisis Heroine, and I get to just steal all the equipment. Every single piece of this equipment I get to steal. because I have no honor and no one can stop me from doing it either. It's great. Let's see. So, mostly because I can also just steal. I could almost steal every single one of these one for one. It's awesome. I love it. Like, almost every single one of these things I could just steal and no one's gonna comment on. It's great. Even though I can say this, I don't really need to do any of this either. It's great. I just take all the good shit and get rid of all the bad things that people want me to add. So what we need to do is we'll call it weapons. Actually, what we should do should actually to weapons increase. So weapons. Okay, a glitter squad member's weapon. Weapon is a reflection of their soul, as well as being able to do more damage when they strike. When they strike opponent. Strike in opponent normally. Sometimes these weapons can be when they strike an opponent normally. Actually, a glitter squad member can carry 2 weapons on them at any time, but must take it. And do I actually have an other action? Or piece of. It must take an activate action. Activate action to equip themselves. Because guess what? You can carry multiple weapons. However, you really shouldn't. But you can. Mostly that is going to be reserved for people making like very particular builds. Or you want to make a character that is kind of a one-man army and everyone else is supporting them. Let's take an activate action to re-equip themselves. So weapons. So weapons, mana cost. Let's do damage. Actually, we'll say bonus damage and effects. Okay. So what is our basic weapon? Small weapon. We're just gonna, what we're gonna call it is a basic weapon. It's gonna cost 0. It's gonna do 0 bonus damage. And I need to double check how much damage does a basic attack melee. Let's see. Roll 1d20 plus if they are susceptible to weapons damage to the target's endurance. All right. So, actually, I have to select damage, and it's going to do body. Actually, it's going to do basic weapon's going to do 2 damage. Not actually that much. That's the entire point. Basic weapons are bad. Actually, we can do we'll do 2 damage. Effect, none. Basic weapons are like things you're not really supposed to be using for it. Actually, we'll do basic melee. A light melee. Mana cost, we're going to bring it up to 3. We'll probably do 3, 5, 7 here as we do medium. Actually, we'll do medium melee. And then heavy melee. This one's going to body die plus 2. body die plus actually body power. Power die plus 4, and then we can do something like body power die plus like 6. Because if we do go here, that's about what we're that regard. Oh god, let's see. No, thank you, Todd Howard. Poor Tuxedo. Why does he deserve such a gruesome fate? Because he's a minion. Because this is a Magical Girl Skirmish game. Does Rain count as Magical Girl stuff? Maho Titans Calling 468. Most likely. Most likely. Magical Knight Reyna does technically count as it, but also not. It's a very weird anime. I remember that anime. It's very weird, kind of the way it handles things. Okay, so let's say we have a D6 in our body, and we roll. I would roll like a 1. I would roll like a 7, but so this could. We're doing a lot of damage all of a sudden. A lot of fucking damage, unless we tone it down, unless we do it like body power die plus a flat value, unless we always associate, so like possessment, they will roll 1d20 plus body. If they are successful, they will do body power die. Body power die plus weapons damage to the targets. So, yeah, melee is a little bit more dangerous. You're taking a little bit more damage with range. Range are always just going to be doing the actual weapon damage. Little bit different. So, we can just do body power die. Plus 2, plus 4, plus 6. But the mana cost increases. We can probably increase this exponentially, like 4, 6, 8. And then effects, none. Okay, none of these really don't need that many effects. Actually, what we should do is melee or ranged. Melee. So basic ranged, light ranged, medium ranged, heavy ranged. Because I am creatively bankrupt. However, here is instead do like something like 2, 4, 6, 8. So you always need to pay a little bit to get a basic ranged weapon. However, these are mostly going to be composed of something like 1d6, like 1d. It's going to be 1d4, 1d6. 1d8, and then 10 for the heavy range weapon. Melee or ranged, these are range damage. Effects, it's going to be range, it's going to be 6 inches, range 6 inches, range. And then 12. So if we do 12 inches, maybe we can increase that up to 18. You're already going to have to deal with that, so let's increase this by like 2. So you're trading out more consistent damage here in exchange for a little bit more chaotic damage. However, you have the advantage of being ranged, which is an unspoken, incredibly valuable one. Mecha Magical Girl costumes. Personally, not my jammerino. However, I could see it working. I understand, however. My boy Chippy wants to play Planescape, and I can respect that. Because naturally speaking, like, this is, like, your melee guys are going to be the ones that, like, really define the fight. Because melee is important. But your range guys are going to be the ones that are really going to pepper people. Unless we bump this up by, like, a die value. So if we pump these up by, like, D6, D8, D10, D10, D12. So if I hit you dead on with a fucking range attack, I might be doing 8 damage to you, or I might be doing like 2. Like, it's a little bit more chaotic rather than the kind of consistent of the heavy melee. But I might say, because these are ranged, if you are in melee, if you are engaged, you don't have them anymore. You just have to use your basic melee. So you kind of want to defend your rangers. But that does make people who are like that does make warriors really scary, because they get a +2 to hit and damage. So by virtue, they will be able to say their light range attack is doing D8 +2 damage. Like, it's gonna hit like a fucking freak. It's great. Ugh. You know what? I gotta. Oh god. Notepad's gotta go real fast. Give me one moment. Woo. I'm the one who did the ad because I needed to use the bathroom. Why the new be right back screen? When my computer exploded, I forgot what it was, and I lost all my OBS settings. So I just made a new one. There was literally no other complex reason. It's just I lost I forgot what I did for the old one. I'm like, yeah, let's do something new. Fuck it. So I did my interview attire. I had a burrito for lunch, for context sake. A burrito collectively named the Home Wrecker. So, I'm feeling great. Like, my gut is on fire. You know what I could probably add in? You can add in some, like, funnier gums. So, like, here's, like, your basic weapons, but we can do, like, a rapid fire. Like a rapid fire, which is going to cost, let's say 6. It's going to do 2d4 damage. It's going to be range, but its range is going to be really short, but multiple, like multiple 2. So you can like hit 2 people at once. If they're within range, you can make 2 attacks. So just go brada. But you're only going to be doing like 2d4 damage, which isn't actually that much. Pembroke, welcome to Pembroke. Let's see. We also want to make, we can probably do a cane. We're going to do a mana cost of 4. Damage is going to be your body power die. Power die plus 1. It's going to be not very strong. Actually, let's just make it your body power die. It's not very strong at all. However, you're going to get regen. You're going to get magic regen. Magic regen 1. Let's see. Is there another one I want to add? Is there another weapon that just says magical girl? Actually, let's do magical girl. Actually, no. This lyrical Nanaha. Lyrical Nanaha. Let's weapons. Yeah, for context sake, this is Nanaha's like basic weapon, because she just brings a fucking cannon to the fight. Because Nanaha is weird. Nanaha's a fascinating franchise because it originated from. It's not originally a Magical Girl franchise, which makes it even like you got shit like this, the strike cannon. You know what we can do? We can actually do a actually, yeah, we can do like a strike cannon. Strike cannon, magic cost of 10. It's going to do 2d12 damage. It's going to be range. It's going to have a pretty far range. It's going to be 12 inches. However, it's going to be a recharge 2. It's going to be recharged 2. So pretty much you have to wait 2 entire rounds after firing the goddamn strike cannon to use it again. So it's kind of like this is a big investment for something that may not actually do that much damage. Let's see. Big hammer, big spear. Again, most weapons I want to keep like fairly standard. Like, I could probably do some like, oh, I have range or something, but it's like, I don't really want to go too like autistic when it comes to. I guess I could throw in a spear. Actually, I could do we can do shield mana cost. Let's keep it pretty cheap at 2. Damage is actually going to be 1d4. It's going to be melee. It's going to have block 1. The idea being that you can equip it. If you equip the shield, you're not going to do that much damage with the said shield. But the idea is that you are being able to block an attack, which can reduce damage. Yeah, I was thinking about stuff like that, like that's what I'm thinking of, like how to even do that, because where's the strike cannon? Did you write over? Yeah, no, I went over to the other tab. Wait, did I put over the strike cannon? Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. I am, behold, a fool. Let's do... See, like... Because I would want it, like, that would be the right option. Is... There's like a combo weapon. Like, that does both. However, I don't know how to do that, because I want to keep the range tag, with the idea being that while rangers can, you know, stay out of the fight and just poke you to death, the other weapons are, you know, melee does have its value, everything has its value. Like a combo weapon would just kind of mitigate the range problem. That's my thing. I'm like, I don't want to do that. Actually, I could do something like actually, we can do I know what we can do. We can do a buster weapon. Let's do, it would be heavy. Technically be heavier than a heavy melee weapon. And it would do body die plus... body die plus, we'll do body die plus 10 melee. However, the problem is it's going to have a recharge. It's going to have a recharge of 1. Actually, it's going to have... Yeah, so 2 refreshes and then a full refresh phase. Yeah, actually, so it would be... Actually, no, we can do that. We can do recharge 1. So the buster weapon can hit someone like a fucking freight train immediately. The problem is that it's a fucking buster weapon. And you hit someone once with it, you ain't hitting someone again with it. Yeah, like, the one thing with strike cannon that I'm a little bit worried about is that it's going to be like 2d12 is already like an insane thing, and what I don't want to occur, I don't want it to be like this insane range, like 12, like this 12-inch range, and just like pop, like even like I could probably bring it up to something like 18 inches. That's the thing. I could probably, like, reasonably speaking, bring it up to 18 inches. But what I don't want to occur, this is the scary thing, I don't want someone to round the corner with their like a Forces of Evil captain and just get peppered by like 5 strike cannon shots and then lose. Just immediately lose the game. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Because that's like one of the biggest issue with like a charge system could work. I could probably bring in like 1. Actually, let's... Oh, Jesus. I need to... There we go. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep it like this so far. I think I'm going to keep it pretty simple. I'm going to keep it pretty simple for one very simple reason. So I want to make sure everything works. If it works, I can start expanding this out pretty easily. Because I know it'll function. Just worry that it's going to break the second it's like... The second it hits the field, I'm scared it's going to just shatter into 1,000 fucking pieces. So... And yeah, this is one thing with skirmish games and war games in general, which gets things a little bit more complicated to design for, simply due to the fact that there's a lot of moving parts you have to consider. Parts you don't, like, you normally wouldn't even consider thinking about in any other context. Like, no one is gonna think about fucking, like, this fucking thing. Like, no, not a single human being would be like, oh, yes, of course. I have to worry about the fucking, you know, basics of... No, you don't, you're not really going to be worrying about like, oh no, like range, the range damage isn't quite optimized in this game. Like, no one, it's not really a thing you need to worry about in like most like an RPG. You need to worry about that in skirmish games because plays a very important part. And it's going to drive me absolutely fucking bonkers that all these things are slightly different. It's going to drive me insane. I'm going to probably kill a bitch. So we do that, and then we have to do armor. Again, armor, these are probably change. Yeah, because again, it's one of those things you don't think about, but then it's like, yeah, of course, someone's going to build this list. If something is really good, and you have a GM there, you have that GM to kind of always restrict things. Having the referee does help. Like, having a referee being able to thwack you over the head with a stick does actually mean a lot. Because you can just ignore, you don't have to think about some things. But in others of the, like, in other problems, it's like, oh, you didn't consider that they can just blow someone up using the power of fucking cannons? Like, yeah, okay, then maybe we should, maybe there's a small issue. Maybe there's just perhaps a minor issue we need to fix. Let's see, but let's take an activate. So armor. Armor is the natural protection. Protection a magical girl possesses. It is her ability to take punishment and stand back up with minimal threat. With minimal threat to her health. Armor has a default value of endurance. Actually, it would be endurance. What was that? No, it's of defense, endurance, and protection. Defense and endurance are have already been discussed. But protection reduces the amount. There's less love in the universe. Again, if this wasn't a skirmish game, then that could be a genuine thing to worry about. However, this is a skirmish game, and that is not a valid threat. Defense and endurance have been discussed, but protection reduces the amount of damage that the unit would take. And then I'm going to put a footnote here because I can do that. Footnote: protection 2. Protection 2 would have a unit taking 5 damage, only take 3 of it. Let's see. God, 8-bit theater. Jesus, how long has it been since 8-bit? Long ass time, hasn't it? That's one of the oldies, one of the oldies. Way back time. Ah, what a nostalgic day. So, armor. So we need to do that. So luckily, armor is going to be pretty simple. So we have to do armor, mana cost. This is then going to be defense, endurance. To do endurance, and then protection, and then I guess we can also put in effects. No, we don't need effects. So, armor. Luckily, we have this. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to steal all of this armor. We're going to steal all of this. Okay, goodbye, leader. Not a huh. Why are we going to steal all this? Because we can. Let's see. Stealing things is fun. I think we need. Okay, so these are just like the very basics of it. Why? Okay, so cute. We will do. Literally, we're just gonna call them the cute robes, the battle costume, divine dress, armor suit. We are gonna need effects, aren't we? Effects. And let's see what else we can bring out. So we have armor. We have. Actually, we can probably do it like magician robes. Actually, magician. Yeah, magician robes. Shaja. Maho robes. Maho. We'll call it, literally just call it the Maho outfit. The magic outfit. That's literally all it's gonna be. Battle costume, divine dress, armor suit, magician robes. What else we can do? We can probably do protection field. And what else might I think of? What would be Konochiyame suit. There we go. So, Maho outfit 0. You're going to have a natural defense of 10, a natural endurance of, let's say, 20. You're going to have a protection 0 and no effects. Literally, just by virtue of this is what you get by default. Battle costume. We're going to say that's going to be 5, 5, 10, 5. Actually, we can probably just do 5, 5, 5 across the board. So, battle costume is going to have a higher defense, higher endurance, still 0 protection. So you're just kind of like a better suit. The problem is being like, it just costs a little bit more. Divine dress, you're going to have a lower defense, a slightly lower, you're going to have a lower endurance, but you're going to have a high protection. You're going to have 3 protection. Actually, let's kill that, and let's say instead you get regen. Magic regen 1 by virtue of having the divine dress on. You get a little bit more magic per turn. So armor suit, even better. This is just kind of like an advanced version of all that, and you even get a little bit of protection. However, you're also going to be considered heavy, so your movement is going to get cut in half effectively when you wear the armor suit. Actually, for that, we can probably bump you up further. Magician robes, pretty much going to be the same thing. Instead of that, we can probably we can do endurance regen. We'll do 1d4 here, and instead we'll do like a magic regen 1. Here. So the magician robes, you get that. Divine dress is your kind of your supporting class because you can kind of heal yourself naturally. Armor suit is you're a big sack of shit and doing a lot of damage. You, on the other hand, the protection suit, you're going to have very high defense. You're going to have like 10, though. You're going to have no endurance and no protection. So it's pretty much you're entirely relying on that protection field kind of do stuff for you. And the Kanochi outfit, we're going to say you're going to have a little bit lower. You're going to have pretty standard stuff. You're on that end, but you're going to be able to do like a. Actually, we can call it like a dot. We can call it like a dodge save. There we go. We can do something like that. Kinochigar would be a good one too. Yeah, protection field with 0 protection. Actually, we can probably call this something. Yeah, we'll call it an energy field. So if we cost you at 0, you increased by a little bit, so you're going to cost a little bit. Armor suit can probably go up to 10. Divine dress is going to cost that. Magician robes can cost that. Energy shield's a meme. Kenoshi just pretty much trades out everything for dodge in exchange for dodge. We can probably do even advanced, like what would be? I'm looking for a name. Come on, because pretty much the gimmick here, this gimmick armor. This gimmick is going to be they're going to have very low defense, but very high endurance and very high protection. Like they're going to be able, like these fuckers are going to get hit by literally everything. The trade-off being is that they can afford to get hit by everything. Because they're going to have that just so high protection, so high endurance. Tank suit or something. Yeah, we do something like this. Tank pants. Let me think. What else have we brought in, really? What have we brought in? We can do magic regen. We've already kind of got that. We've got all of this. Actually, I know we can probably bring in, keep that low, bump up the endurance ever so slightly, but you don't have the dodge. Actually, we will increase the defense a bit, but keep the dodge low. Actually, we'll do that. We have a little bit higher than average, but the idea is bonus damage like +2 or something. And the entire idea behind the assassin is that they don't really have that much health, but they're supposed to kind of get in and protect themselves. They're an assassin. That's the entire idea. I guess we can. Oh, didn't click that button. Maybe this isn't the best idea, but again, this is like, if I get this done, at least I get something written down. Like, that's to me right now the most important part of this entire endeavor, is getting it written down. If I can get it written, I can make it work. At that point, it's just double checking the numbers more than anything. Because I like equations. Here's a secret about Notepad Anna. He really likes his equations. He likes it when things add up and make sense. That's why working on the Necrotica game was actually such a pain in the ass, because it really doesn't. That game is not driven by numbers at all. Yeah, and I'll consult with some people and just like, when you hear this, what do you actually think? Okay, we've got our armor, and I'm gonna put in some auxiliary equipment. Auxiliary. Auxiliary equipment is can be used by the glitter squad in the heat of combat, allowing to assist themselves or others with the various pieces of equipment they have on them. These require action. These require the activate action to use properly. Actually, these require the activate action to use a auxiliary glitter squad member can only carry two auxiliary equipment at any time. So you can carry two of something. You can carry two things, no more, no less. No more. That's pretty much it. I just want to make sure that people don't like, I'm taking 7,000 grenades or something like that. Take a should we do that? A glitter squad member may only have one armor piece at any time. One kind of armor, and they only have one kind of armor. So roughly speaking, let's... Oh, I need to fix you up. You're broken. Why are you always broken? Leto. Oh, you're fucked. This entire section is fucked. Unless we put it on a separate page. We put it on a separate page, and then we fiddle with this. Everything should add up if that's the case. You're gonna need some significant fixing, unless we do something like that. So if we do the mana cost down slightly like this, keep you right there. Everything looks awful. Every single thing I touch is a disaster area. Ah. Kind of like what the idea behind auxiliary equipment. One of the ideas I have anyway is something like a healing potion or something like that. Kind of like a, I'm in desperate straits, drink, or oh no, I'm injured, drink, or oh no, I'm gonna get my ass kicked, or like, oh hey, I'm gonna use this piece of equipment to do something, or it's like, hey, I don't have any magic points, I'm gonna use this thing to give myself a bunch of magic points. Usually it's gonna be stuff like that. It's just gonna cost you a little bit of your mana to do it. Stuff. No, why do I keep looking at things? Why do I look at things even though I damn well know I'm gonna be sad when I do? So, Do not equip similar Mimi what? So, alright, so we need to select you. Actually, let's do... So, what we need to do is auxiliary. Auxiliary, mana cost, and then effect. That's literally all we need. Let's see, can we steal shit from here? Let's see. Yes, we can. Some auxiliary, actually, I should say, is equipment. You need to combat line the system cells. Some auxiliary equipment is passive. And will always be in effect. However, cannot be used and takes up a quote slot. So we'll do guard. We'll do guards. We'll give them just like a base mana cost, and this is going to be add +2. Well, add +3 endurance. That is something that you just have on you by virtue of having it. So power bracelet. So we can do. We'll do a power bracelet 5. Add +1 to all body checks. And then we need to do like a speed boots. Actually, what would be a good acuity? Come on, wing boots. Yeah, I guess we'll call it wing boots then. Wing boots. Mana cost 5. Add +1 to all acuity checks. Wow, everybody, we're doing it. We're doing game design, otherwise known as me stealing shit from here. Circlets. A circlet 5. Add +1 to all mind checks. So we'll call it something like sorceress is circlet. You're paying to do things. Talisman. Do we want to add a talisman? Actually, we can probably add in a talisman. I'm fine with that. And that's going to be add +2 magic points. To max magic points. Actually, no, fuck it. No, fuck it. We're only going to do +1 max magic points. You have a talisman, you're getting a little bit more. Why do you capitalize all? I don't know. I just do it out of habit. If you haven't noticed, now, here's the secret. If you haven't noticed, I have a very bad tendency of capitalizing things. I don't know where I developed this. I think I actually kind of got it from high school. I just capitalize things sometimes, it's just habit. We're not really dealing with any elemental damage, so that's not really a thing. Do we really want to do any? No, we're not even gonna bother with it. We already have wing boots, so actually what we can do is cutie is supposed to be kind of like your mental awareness as well as your, actually this is your spirit checks. Spirit. Actually, so we can call this we'll call it eye goggles. Eye googles. Goggles of sight. But pretty much you have your goggles, and that's going to give you better acuity because you're seeing things as they are. Wow, wowzers, everybody, we did it! Wow. Let's see, what else do we really? Okay, we can add a we'll call it a guardian harness. 5. What it's going to do? Add +1 protection. Yep, just getting a little bit more protection in there by virtue of it being valuable. We'll do it. Plates 5, and that's going to be add +2 defense. Actually, no, add +1 defense. That's it. Just adding just a little bit more. And all of these are just little minor things. That's all they are. Little minor things that keep you up and running. Probably these are going to be more valuable than these. So I'm going to reduce the value. I'm going to reduce the value like this. Okay, so now we get to go into, we're going to call it the health potion. Actually, we're going to call this, so what we can do is pass. Consumable or passive, question mark. And this is going to be passive. These are going to be all our passive abilities. It's very nice and simple. And the health crystal is going to be very cheap, and it's going to be a consumable. Restore 1d6 plus 2 endurance. Yep, you're activating it by virtue to get a little bit more health. Your minimum going to get 3, maximum you're going to get 8. Not really that big. We can probably call it sparkle crystal. Actually, we'll call it the red sparkle crystal, and then we'll have a blue sparkle crystal. And it costs a little bit more. It's obviously going to be consumable. It's going to be restoring 2d6 plus 2 endurance. There we go. This is going to be kind of like your big thing. It costs a lot. Wowzers. Let's think. What's some other one we're going to do? Actually, we can do like a booster stone, which is going to cost. We're going to say that's going to be 5 consumable, and then is going to move 6 inches in any direction, regardless of verticality. So you can just move 6 inches as long as you can see it. You can just move there. So technically, you can get about another little bit of 6 inches if you. Instead of goggles of sight, because glasses feel more magical girl. Yeah, glasses do feel more magical girl. Yeah, fuck it, we'll do glasses of sight. Megane, do stone. Actually, 6 inches any direction. Ignore collision. Yep, you're literally just boosting yourself in a direction, and we want to do because we want the idea like these guys are using like natural and fluffy, and it's like, oh, look at my magic stone. Here's a magic crystal. Here's like all this like very pleasant things to use. It's sunstone will do 5 consumable. Range is going to be 6 inches. Range 6 inches. Once used. All targets within 2 inches of the detonation. Take 1d4 plus 1. Take 1d4 plus 1 endurance damage, otherwise known as the haha. Guess what, chuckle fuck? Here you go, chuckle nuts. Actually, we want to do what would be another good one to have for them anyway. That would be we can probably do something. Actually, we'll do not a sparkle crystal. What would be something else? What would be what's something mystical sounding? Mystical. So yeah. White topaz. 5 consumable, and it's going to be restore 2 magic points. There we go. Yep, just restore 2 magic points. It can cost quite a bit, but all right. So 3/6 boost stone. That's actually not terribly valuable. It's only 6 inches. Like, the thing is, we think 6 inches is a lot, but 6 inches isn't actually that much. But it's pretty much your ability to be like, no way there's no ending to this which is going to end good for me if I, if I don't allow myself to ignore collision. So I'm going to put myself in a place, I'm going to use this boost stone, we're going to ignore collision or whatever, and we're just going to boost out of here real fast. But we already do that with full maneuver, so what's the value of it? Actually, no, we don't need to worry about that. Actually, we'll call it a white topaz, and then it's mystical stones. Tell me about mystical stones. Stones. Magic stones, everybody. 10 magical stones. Oh boy, everybody, we're going into crystal magic now. Oh boy. Moonstone. That topaz moonstone. Moonstone. Restore a downed target. Restore a downed ally to full endurance and half magic points. It's going to be very expensive, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, the power of the moon. I could actually, let me see, boost stone, move 6 inches in any direction, ignore collision. If passing through an enemy, make a melee attack. There we go. Passing through an enemy. So pretty much you have 6 inches. You can be like, I'm going to boost through you really fast. You can pretty much use it to either get out of a jam, or you can use it to pretty much just fuck someone's day up. You're kind of getting the best of both worlds and being able to attack and everything. Okay, for like one activate, but you're using that one thing, so cool. So since we've done all that, we're, as they say, Pogarinos. Cool, we got all our equipment. Create filter, A to Z. Don't worry, we are far from done. We are far, far, far from done. That we need to go table properties. Row, no, column needs to be 2.3. Middle, center, not that color, black on black. That's the only right color. We do that. Can I do toe? Can I boost it up to 12? Ding, ding. Hello, phone. Deafening. The deafening love of Allah. Let's see. Hello, Mr. Phone. What do you want to tell me? Oh, my mother's fascination with mukbangs. Don't worry, I'm just going to send her a picture of Nikado avocado. There we go. Hello, Mr. See, Nikado avocado is a proud Ukrainian. There we go. Send her one of him crying. Strongest Ukrainian. Your mom watches mukbangs. No, my mom doesn't watch mukbangs. She is fascinated by them, or more accurately, horrified by them. I find it funny, just because I've explained to her what mukbangs are, and I've never seen another human being like just so universally hate, like revolted by the idea, just horrified. Like, just completely terrified of, like, the prospect of it. Hey, as a proud American, send your mom the Goku mukbang. No, every now and again when she sends me something weird, I send her, you know, drip Coup, and nobody questions anything. There's no such thing as a proud American. I'll have you know, as a yeehaw proud American man. At least my country doesn't go through a government every 3 years. We go through a government every 4. So fuck off, you pasta-loving fucks. Maybe come back next time when you win a war. Yeehaw, chuckle fucks. Let's see. What am I looking at? What do I need? What needs to be done? Is this an Italian talking shit? See, that's the best part. Like, Italians are. See, people wonder, like, why do you know so much about history and why do you know about so many about countries and stuff? I specifically, you know, I learned stuff to simply just make fun of other people more efficiently. That's what I think everyone learns history about. Like, how can I make fun of the French more efficiently? How can I make fun of the Polish people more efficiently? Okay, so next we need to do tags and spells. Tags, luckily I can just go to one-page rules. I actually quite enjoy one-page rules. They're very interesting. I actually quite enjoy them as like a basic idea. Am I like completely 100% on some of them still? Cool ideas. Sometimes they get a little bit weird. Be one-page rules who have it, or maybe it would be we go to rule books. And just remember, these guys make bank doing this, by the way. Like, these guys make a good deal of money on one-page rules. They have 7,003 patrons. Mind you, minimum. They're making... So, let's just do the math here real fast. 7,003 times 5. Minimum, they are making about 35k. Minimum. Now, mind you, this is also, you know, this isn't factoring Patreon's cut. But these guys aren't exactly making no fucking money doing this. Like, these guys are making pretty good fucking money. And this isn't even factoring the people who buy the shit from their, you know, the stores and stuff like that. Like, they make some decent money off of this. Now, mind you, they have like, well, here's all the 3D print stuff. Here's all this. Like, but here's the secret. Here's the special. Yeah, the special thing. They don't actually have to pay that much for these. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, you're not paying too much for any of these. Let's see. Money is fascinating when it comes to some of these things. Like, just money is like, damn. You fuckers make a bank. Okay, there we are. Special rules. Yeah, so let's curate what we need. So what tags are we like actually worrying about? So, first things first, we're going to need to do things like, We'll do fast is gonna be in. Fast is gonna be one. Fear is gonna be one. Fearless should be one. Furious could be useful. We're not gonna use hero. Impact. No. Indirect. No. Poison. Poison can be used elsewhere. Regeneration. We're gonna bring in. Rending could be useful. We'll have to use that. Scout. It can be useful. Sniper. Sniper can be useful. Sniper. Strider could be useful. Tough? No. We're not gonna be worrying about tough. But what else are we missing? What else are we missing? What else are we missing? What are we also missing? Necromant. Necromant. Let's see, do I have any? Sorry, I don't listen to people with faulty governments, otherwise known as not an American one. Yeehaw. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? What I'm looking for? Do I have what I'm looking for? I fucking don't. I fucking don't, because I never fucking do. Where the fuck is it? It's in my other USB, isn't it? It's in my other USB. So, give me one moment. I'm gonna take my right USB, put my right USB in. It's also pitch black in my room at this point. There we go, put you up. Then I have to select you, then I have to go here, go to that folder, go to that folder, go scroll down, try to find where the fuck I put it. And there we are. Conquistadors. See, it's one of these things where I look at it and being like, it's like, damn, I'm doing something right. Because I look like these don't. Okay, here we go. Attributes. Fast, we can kind of include agile. Archer, no. Beguiling. Commander, we don't really need commander. Dodge. Dodge, we can have it. Fast, we don't even need fearless. We don't need to worry about master. Don't worry about it. Inspiring. We have to actually put inspire in because inspire is very important. Lucky, we don't need lucky. Kind of have that, but we probably invest in it. Sharpshooter, we can actually put sharpshooter in. We have scout, tactician. Actually, we can put tactician in. But it's going to be under a different context. Weapon master. So, here are our traits. Hey, I'll have you know. George Washington did not make our country. The founding fathers made our country. Or more specifically, George Washington. See, what I should do one of these days. I should just do like an American crash course history for all the fucking Europeans in my server. Because there are a lot of you fucking Europeans who just don't understand American history or how anything works. But mind you, I'm not going to claim I know all of your stuff either. People tend to shit on America a lot more because we're the greatest country on fucking earth. Mostly because our economy is the strongest. Here's the thing. Okay, I'm gonna inform you of why your thing there is wrong. For context, everybody, my man, my Italian friend, Mr. Y here, the dude who made your nation, specifically said a two-party system would be fucking stupid. What's the next thing that happens politically? Care to refresh my memory? All right, I'm going to explain to you what the fuck happened. So, America has declared independence from Britain. We beat them back in the Revolutionary War. George Washington is the man with the plan. Everybody likes him. He's the most popular man in America. People tend to forget that there was a time after the Revolutionary War and before the establishment of the proper US of A, the way we think of it now. Those were during the times of the Articles of Confederation. Articles of Confederation were shit. They were a terrible fucking decision. But they were also the only good decision. Pretty much what happened was that every single state in the US was technically its own independent country. Seeing how they were their own independent country, they had their own currency, they had their own issues, they had their own problems. Every single one was unique, but united under the federal government, which was actually fairly weak at the time. However, this is where things get interesting. There was a point where everyone was like, well, shit, we need to actually make a brand new government because this shit isn't working. So they did. A bunch of very powerful people got together, what we would call now the Founding Fathers, and pretty much wrote a constitution. There was a big debate between Federalists and Anti-Federalists during this time. No one really got along. Hilariously enough, George Washington he was kind of in the middle. He was a Federalist, but wasn't like a super hardcore Federalist compared to someone like Hamilton. Hamilton said some crazy fucking shit back in the day. Hamilton was fucking insane. Like, everyone should be given free land here, stupid. But the big thing is that you have these conclave of people who are very important and very rich and very powerful people pretty much rewriting the entire system of government for the US. Now, some people say that this is the first American coup, because what effectively occurred is that they rewrote the government and effectively placed themselves into power. However, the problem was they needed to elect a president. They pretty much built the system, but nobody could actually become president because everybody hated each other. There was only one human being alive, one, that was actually important enough to unite everybody, and that was George Washington. So George Washington was universally elected to be the next president, be the first president of the United States of America, not because he was this great and wonderful human being, but because he was the only one able to actually unify everybody. So the Washington presidency occurred, and now the issue was that there was a big divide, because there were the Whigs and there were at the time they were technically called the Democrats, but it's a long story. Pretty much the problem was you had these two big parties of just political factionalization, mostly representing the South and the North. They got into a fight. Nobody liked each other, and it was the birth of political parties was effectively because nobody could get along. And it wasn't because we wanted to, and the idea of like, we don't want this factionalism when it comes down to the US politics. It was he didn't want the two-party system because he knew it was going to happen. And he specifically requested after his 2 terms, don't fucking do it. But it was already done by the time he asked for it. That was the issue. Like, it was already done. By the end of his first term, there was already effectively 2 political parties. And that's what we kind of go to today. Now, if you really go through the entirety of American history, you can kind of get like why the 2 political parties system continues. And the answer is because it's the most economical decision you can actually make. It's an incredibly complex thing, going over the political, like how the political parties in the US actually function compared to like European parties. European parties are actually fairly simple in how they operate. Not gonna lie, usually a political party, you know exactly what you're going to get into. When it comes to the 2 US political parties, things are a little bit more complicated. Because technically, there are 50 Republican parties and there are 50 Democrat parties, because it's on a state level most of the time. The true two federal systems of like Republicans and Democrats are very different from state level Democrats and Republicans, because there are different issues and different problems. However, you want to appeal to everybody to get your votes to get in, so you have kind of this bizarre state level people want to stay with the parties in Washington effectively, because that's how you're going to get funding, that's how you're going to get support, and that's how you're going to get your shit passed. The people at the federal level want to appeal to people at state level, because that's actually how you're going to get votes. So you have this really messy federal and state relationship that you don't see much else, because we've been doing this democracy thing for a while now. And we kind of built up that entire thing for a very long time. Again, crash course American history. You can Google all you want, but I'm going to tell you why. A lot of those guys will not tell you why you got the way shit's fucked. But again, every country's got its problems. Here, that's the big thing that everyone always needs to remember. Every country's got its skeletons in the fucking closet. There is not a single fucking country in this world that does not have like some issue with it, unless you're like fucking, I don't know, Switzerland, but Switzerland's got its own issues. Like, everyone's got their own issues. Like the Italians, for example, just because I have an Italian in chat. The Italian government has some very unique problems when it comes to southern Italy versus northern Italy. They are culturally divided. They are very different in how they approach things. Economically, they are incredibly different. There's a lot of problems between the southern Italian states and the northern Italian states for a plethora of different reasons. And that's something every single Italian every single Italian government that has ever been formed has to deal with. Even Mussolini had to fucking deal with that. Even fucking, it wasn't King Enrico, that wasn't it, I can't think of his name. My Little King. The Little King, he had to deal with it, just because that's such a unique situation there. And this isn't even dealing with the shithead, the fucking nightmare that is the French government. So when you shit on the US, remember, I'm autistic, and I know. And that, everyone, is how you learn about the USA from Notepad add-on in the most direct, mean way possible. So, let's see. We have Fast, Fear, Fearless, Furious, Poison, Regeneration, Rending, Scout, Stratter, Dodge, Inspire, Powerful, Sharpshooter, Tactician. We actually need to do Magic Regen. Bye, Mr. Y. It happens. See, a lot of people think they know, like, how Americans actually work, or like, oh, well, this is just how Americans function. It's actually very complex of how US politics is. Hell, most Americans don't actually understand how fucking US politics work. It's a messy experience. Nobody wins. It's a fucking mess. If you want me to be perfectly frank with you, it is a mess. Recharge block. I don't need to put that, but what I can do is I'm going to put footnote here. Recharge a weapon. A weapon can be used again after the unit actually the number of activations required. Numbers of activations required to use the weapon. Use the weapon again. which we'll do, for example, recharge 1. Charge 1 requires the unit to be activated once. Then the next turn can use the weapon. So you may only be able to use some of these weapons like once or twice. Oh, like the Canada thing, that's its own very large and complex issue. I'm going to be perfectly frank with you. That is a very complicated issue, and that is literally Trudeau making a power play. That's all it is. Or more accurately, that's Trudeau shitting his pants. Like, I'm not even memeing. It's literally one or the other. Either he is a masterclass of what he's doing and knows exactly what he's doing, or he's shitting his pants and legitimately does not. There's no in between. So, tags. A unit may have a set of tags which grants them additional powers and abilities. Each tag has an associated mana cost. To use them. To have them equipped. So we'll do. First time you mentioned the unit heavy dash. The unit moves at half speed, half movement. Actually, the unit's movement is halved. Unit's movement is halved. There we go. Nothing too exciting in that regard. Like, honestly, there was a time that was like pretty decent, like overall, like American politically, like political party wise. Most likely I wouldn't say the Reagan era, but I say the Ike era. Like Ford era, vote for Ike, which was about 74 to 77, kind of like the late, let's say the mid 70s into the late 70s were decent. And I say that in the nicest way possible. They were decent. Because like Ford didn't have to worry about jack shit. Like Ford was a very boring man, and it was a very boring presidency. Nothing happened in the late 70s. Because Ford's entire policy was, I don't want to do anything. Fuck you. There were things going on, but it was a boring time in the US, politically. And Carter happened, and then Reagan happened as responsible, which Carter was something happened, we wanted something different, because Ford was that fucking boring. Then Reagan got voted in, which was a response to Carter being a fuck up. Which Carter's a great man. Don't get me wrong. Carter's a great person. Problem is, Carter's an idiot. Like, Carter is a very smart man, but not very good president. We want 3, and we want to do tags. I have a set of tags, which define it. fast. Fast mana cost. We're going to apply 5 to everything right now, just to say it's done, and I don't gotta think about it too much. So fast. The unit can move. Actually, the unit's full maneuver. Full maneuver can move in additional. It can move. Has +2 inches of move. So if you use your standard maneuver, you're going to use your full. However, if you're fast, if you use a full maneuver, you get a little bit. Fear. Fear in their enemies. All minions. Minions. Let's see, minions have minions take a -2 to strike unit. Fearless. The unit refuses to back down. Refuses to back down. They gain a. They have a. When they roll. When reduced. Actually, let's see. When reduced to 0 endurance, make a target number 15 body check. A success. They stay up with 1 endurance. Once a combat. Furious. The unit is a berserk monster. The unit is furious at their enemies. They gain a +2 to melee +2 to melee damage against enemy elites or kaiju. Poison. The unit is naturally poisonous. If they successfully attack a target. If they successfully attack a target, they deal in additional 1d4 damage. It's pretty much the idea of like, if you hit, you're going to do a little bit more damage. Just a smidge. So, what did I end up calling this? This was health regeneration, right? Endurance regen. The unit naturally heals at increases endurance. Actually, yeah, naturally increases their endurance at the refresh phase. By the amount. Rending. The is particularly dangerous with a weapon. They ignore half of the enemy's protection. So scout, the unit can be deployed up to 8 inches away. Actually, we'll do 6 inches of the. The unit can be deployed 6 inches of the starting edge of the map. Up to 6 inches away from the starting edge of the map. Sniper, the unit ignores cover. Tell me, what's my cover system that I forgot about? Light cover ignores light. The unit ignores light cover when using a Strider. The unit ignores the movement penalty of dangerous terrain. Dodge. The unit can make an acuity check. Can make an acuity check versus the target's roll. Versus the attacker's roll. If they are successful, they dodge the attack completely. Let's see. Can only be once an attack. How do I want to word this? Once pretty much with the idea of a dodge that I don't want you to be able to like dodge literally everything. It's like you can only use dodge like a certain amount of time. Okay. Use once per attacker. Butter's main issue is that he was a bad president. He wasn't the right man for the job. Good man. Here's the thing. He's done a lot of good work since he's been president. Since he's not been president, I should say. He's actually done quite a bit of good work. The problem is, it's Carter. Carter has a very bad tendency of kind of being remembered as such. If you're Georgian, I understand why you don't like him. I understand. Don't get me wrong. Let's see. The unit exudes an inspiring aura. All units within the range of this unit. All units within the range of this unit have a reroll to with their d20. Have a single reroll per check for their d20 once per activation. So pretty much what you want to do with someone with Inspire is you want to put the person with Inspire in the middle of things. They're pretty much going to make everybody around them be able to do stuff. You don't necessarily want to put them in the front, but you also don't want to put them behind. They're in a kind of they're in a tense place, you know, theoretically speaking. Like their job is to be very in their face, but also not powerful. Is actually the unit is incredibly powerful. The unit can attack an additional minion unit and attack a different unit in melee combat. Can attack 2 units in melee. So attack 2 different units. So the idea of grabbing powerful is that you're allowing yourself to do. You're a little bit stronger because if you're in melee combat, you're actually being able to do a decent amount of damage. Like you are striding forward to beat the shit out of people. That's literally sharpshooter. Let's see. The unit is a crack shot. They gain the range of all weapons increases by +2 inches. Does remind me I need to range. Insert footnote. A range. The total number of inches weapon can be used to attack with. The total number, actually, the distance the unit can attack using a weapon. If engaged in melee combat, the weapon cannot be used. Activate actions equip themselves. If the weapon is ever considered to unusable, they unit would use a basic melee weapon. So pretty much what range does is that it's your range, but if you're 0, you're pretty much hitting, just beating someone over the head with the gun. It's not actually very useful for you in the slightest. Yeah, it happens. But this is why we don't allow kids to vote. Never let kids vote because they're not old enough. They're pretty stupid. Let's see. Tactician. The units. Fuck, what did I want to do with Tactician? The unit grants a +1 in the +1 to the initiative phase. To the initiative phase roll. Magic regen. The unit naturally generates magic points during the refresh phase. Refresh phase by the amount. Heal. The unit restores. We'll say 2 endurance to all allies within radius, but not themselves. Block. The unit ignores 1 piece of damage. Ignores a single attack against them once for the entire round. Once a round. So block is very useful because it allows you to ignore big attacks, and that's kind of your saving grace. Oh no, I'm gonna get hit by a strike cannon and it's gonna do like 28 fucking damage. No, I'm not. I'm gonna say no, I'm gonna use my block on it. You want to use your blocks because if you don't use your blocks, you're gonna get gat. So that's useful for if you're playing like if you're going for a heavy melee build, you're probably gonna want to pick up blocks just so you can clear the distance and not get it absolutely fucking shredded on the approach. Okay, so fast is pretty useful, but not like super useful. That's pretty good. This one's pretty nuts. So I'm gonna bump it up by 2. You're pretty useful. Poison is pretty useful. Endurance regen is going to be 3. It's going to be 3, and actually it's going to be 2 for 1. Actually, for 1 die size, and actually we're going to make that 4 for 1 die size. So you're going to go for D4, D6, D8, which you can restore a lot of endurance, or you can restore not much endurance. Because remember, you're only going to get this maybe like once or twice. You're going to get this about 5 times. And obviously, if you're on your ass, you're not using it. Ignores enemies' protection. 5. Like, some enemies just don't have protection. Scout, pretty useful. Sniper, we're going to keep it 5. Strider, we're going to reduce down just a smidge. Dodge. Dodge is pretty useful. Keep it at 5, though. Inspire. We're going to do this 2 for 3 inches. 2 per 3 inches. powerful. Unit is powerful. They can attack 2 different units at once. We'll do 7. Sharpshooter, crack shot, 5. Tactician, initiative roll, 5. Magic regen is going to be 1. Is going to be 2 per 1 magic point. So we're going to do 3 per 1 magic point. Heal, we're going to do, what do I have? Heal is 3 inches, so actually we can probably do something like this as well, but I'm actually going to increase that up just a smidge. And block, we're going to do, I think we can do 4 for 1 block. Okay, so tags. There's probably going to be some more, but I just want to get some basic tags in. Oh my god. Why do you never do what I want you to do? Why are you the way that you are? The 5? 5? Not gonna work. 4.5. 4.5. 5. Okay, if I do 4.5, everything, it sort of works. I guess I can do something like that. Reduce the mana cost size by like that. We select everything here, focus it on the middle. Ooh, sharpshooter. Sharpshooter does not work. What's that? Can I? Come on, sharpshooter. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit. Oh. Oh. Can I get a little... Oh, thank God. Naturally fuses the back down. Kidoki then. I'm actually going to select all of. Go ahead and just do the button roll. It's just so we know. You joke, but I have seen people make that argument before. I've actually seen people make a definitive argument for lowering the voting age. And this was in a political science class. I remember telling that person to fuck off. Sharpshooter! Sharpshooter! Why are you the way that you are? So we've got tags. So that brings us to the final problem child, which is spells. We've done it, boys. We're almost there. We're almost done. Actually, I need to check something real fast. Is this looking the way I want it to? Looks a little silly, but yes, this does actually work. You don't, though. 4. Glitter squad members, and then we do spells, and then we literally it's going to be me copy and pasting almost with slight alterations. That's all it's going to be. So you are going to be 4, which is going to be spells. Time for the most underwhelming section of the entire game. Huzzah! So, I don't know why I keep doing a spell. Spells are the direct use of magic. Let's see. Spells are direct use of magic in the field, allowing the unit to blast their enemies away. Away with a burst of power. Every glitter squad member starts with a single spell. This spell allows single spell, but may purchase additional ones. The catch is that spells can be augmented with magic points for range or damage or more effects. Yeah. So we spells direct to magic field. So what we need to do, we're going to make blast. This is the most important one. So this is going to be blast, and it's going to be target number 10. TN10. The unit picks a target within line of sight, and blasts them with a burst of magic. With a magical power. The burst of magical power. They will deal. So what we need to do is it's going to be our base damage. So it's going to be damage, which is going to be 1d4 plus 1 dash magic. It's like one magic point, 2 magic points, dice size. Actually, no. What do I want to do? Pony Express, baby. Okay. How do I want to do this? How am I seeing this? How am I words? How am I seeing this? Okay. So, first things first, we have the name of spell. That's big. We're going to have the target number to hit. Actually, a target number to cast. Then we're going to have the effect. Then we're going to have the effect description. Effectively, the spell description of just like what it's actually doing. So then we're going to have we're going to have an effect. Effect 1, and it's going to be X, parentheses, magic point expenditure. So do we want to do it like that? So by default, we're doing 1d4 damage, but I can spend 2 magic points to increase the dice size by 1. Actually, all spells using magic points increases the target. Actually, need to explain spells here. Explain spells up here. So allowing the unit to blast their enemies away with a burst of power. A magic spell has a a target number to cast it, which is required to use the base spell combat. If the fails this casting roll, the spell fails. In addition, every spell has spell fails. Every glitter actually, so then we have to do spell fails. Required to use the spell itself in battle. To make the spell more powerful, they may spend magic points to augment it. This can reduce the target number. This can reduce the target number to target number cast. Increase damage. Deal additional effects. Or even potentially, or increase the range. Increase the range of the spell itself. Let's see. We have all augments must be selected before the roll. Every point of magic power vested in the spell doesn't decrease the target number, increases the target number to cast instead. So effectively how this works is so pretty much everything you choose to invest in here to reduce it, which is just going to be on basis. Let's see, damage 2 point mat. We'll do range, say 6 inches, which we can do one magic point, 1 inch. Number of targets, 1. Say one magic point for 1 target. Actually, you can even target number. So all right, so number of targets that. So what's our base spells going to be? So obviously we're going to have blast, we'll have beam, we'll have how would you word like just like boost yourself up, like you're just making yourself a little bit stronger. Augment, I guess. Guess we'll call it augment. So what's a good? Elevate. Let's do. I guess we can do like Arch, and then we like put in a heal ability, and then we'll do a Glitter Squad exclusive one. We'll do like a protect. So we'll do a hinder. Okay, there. So blast, beam, elevate, which we're going to pretty much be like just increasing your own abilities. March, which is going to be your ability to move forward. Actually, we can probably do stride. We can call it boost, and then we move up here. Speedstone. Put the speedstone down. All here. So elevate is pretty much making yourself stronger, boosting, healing, protecting, and hindering, which is about pretty much making. Actually, no, it's barrier instead. Barrier. This should work. This should work. Then beam my beam. Oh, nope. Do that. C, control. Beam. TN. More difficult unit. Unit picks a target within line and sends out a beam of energy straight line directly at them. Damaging all enemies. Actually, damaging everyone caught in. And then damage is going to do. We'll bump the damage up by a little bit, but we'll keep that. Range is going to be 8 because it's a beam, but it's more magic for that number of targets. We don't need to do that, but what we do is to change this to augments. And then we'll do ignore allies. Ignore allies, which will be 2 magic points. Knockback of 2 inches, which will 1 magic point. And then we need 8. Elevate target. Actually, we'll call it target number 8 still. Not difficult to do. So the unit chooses to increase their own physical and increase their own abilities for a short time. So not damage, not range, targets. So what it'll be is select augments. second, we'll do second attribute. You 1 point. Oh, a second attribute or third attribute. 2 magic points. So we'll do 2 attributes, and then we'll 3 attributes. Instead of damage, which will be bonus to rolls. +1 to attribute, and 1 magic point for +1. Is there anything else I'm looking at here? Anything else I'm looking at? Come on, Notepad. Well, you know, think smart. Think smart. No, what you think? That just the fatigue after 1.5 hours straight. It's fatigue. Ow, ow, 3, 2, what? Ah! Oh, that's not good. 3, 2. Woohoo! Yahoo! Woohoo! Weehoo! Blast is probably the most consistent one that we can use. Let's do elevate, boosto. Actually, what we can do is total. So we'll do total targets. Total target self, and which will do 2 magic points for +1 allied targets. Targets within 6 inches. So if you want to elevate someone, you can elevate them all to do things. Make them stronger, you can make them better, you can make them more impressive. Boosto! Boost. So boost 10. We'll say target number 10. The unit picks a target. The unit casts a spell. Who uses the forces of nature. Uses magic to quickly augment their speed of themselves, allowing to achieve incredibly quick movement to achieve high speed quickly. And then we'll do movement increase, which we're going to do +4 inches, which is going to be +4 inches. Say 1 magic point for +2 inches. Range, actually, total targets. We'll put that right there. Augments. Are there any augments that we really need? Yes, we're going to put in 2 augments. Ignore collision, which is going to inch, which is going to be worth point. Actually, ignore terrain. We'll do ignore terrain for 1 magic point, and then we get to verticality. Ignore verticals, which will be magic point as well. Because remember, you already ignore collision when you use a full maneuver, and you're only going to be doing this when you're using a full maneuver. Actually, I guess not. Actually, point. So which is a glitter. These three are Glitter Squad exclusive. So heal. Target number 10. That's a little bit more complicated. So the unit picks a target within line of sight. Picks in ally within sight. And restores a small bit of endurance. So heal. So our base heal is going to be 1d4 plus spirit power die. That's our spirit. No, actually, no, we're not going to add that. It's going to be 1d4, 2 magic points. It's going to be die size. Range is going to be 6 inches. Number of targets, 1. And then, but we get to add in augments. Augment is going to add spirit die. Add spirit power die, which is going to be 2 magic points. Bounce effect. Actually, yeah, we'll call it the bounce effect. Which we're going to call for 2 magic points. Actually, no. Condition. Would be another good one. We'll do transfer magic point. Transfer magic points, which we're going to do 1 magic point for 1 magic point. Kind of the idea is that you can use this, you can use heal to actually restore some of their magic points in exchange for your own. You're pretty much giving them your little bit of your magic points in exchange for their that's pretty much all it's going to be. But heal them, which is also using. So it's kind of like you're using it a little bit to give someone maybe a little something, and like here's a little endurance, but also here's like 3 of my magic points. But you're also making it a lot more complicated, as well as chancing it that you're going to fail. And if you chance it and fail, you're going to lose all the magic points you need to give them. So it's kind of it's a risky play. It's a risky play, but it's a play that could potentially give someone who needs it a lot of magic points. Protect. So we need protect. It's also going to be target number 10. Barrier is going to be target number 12. Like that's going to be a little bit of a complicated one. The unit picks a target. See, the unit tries to defend themselves. Another with a protective shield around them. Say is increase defense, which is going to be plus 2 defense. 2 magic. It's going to be 1 magic point for 1 defense, and our range is going to be 6 inches, obviously, and the number of targets is going to be 1. Yeah, including yourself, I should say. So, I should say 1 or self. Which means to bring in the augments. Augmentation. So we're going to have to add protection. Add protection +1. Add protection +1. Actually, add protection. Say 2 magic points for protection. And then we're gonna need to add. How do I want to work this? How do I want this? Actually, rant dodge. Rant dodge. So we're going to do flat 3 magic points. Like, this is a pretty expensive expenditure, but you're also giving them the chance to avoid things, avoid damage outright. Actually, no, we're gonna give them 2 magic points. Actually, no, 2 magic points, yeah, because you're increasing their defense already, the number of targets, the augments. What else am I missing? What else am I missing? What else am I missing? I don't know. Beam my beam. It's going through my fucking head. Now beam my beam. Fun fact, that song is from Damn Omari Himari, anime I accidentally watched in high school because I thought it was something else. So, barrier TL12. The unit chooses a location on the field. On the location on the field. And makes an impassable piece of terrain there, allowing their allies respite for trapping their enemies. So this is where and we're going to do size of barrier, which is going to be by default. Let's say, where's my tape measure? It's also like pitch black in my room right now, so maybe I should turn on the light. Yeah, I'm gonna turn on the light now. I resisted as long as I can, but I legitimately can't see anything. Oopsie daisy. Alright, let's play Notepad finds its tape measure, because I had it here, and now it's gone. Fall behind. Attention. No. Did I? Oh, I set it over there. I set it on the other side. So. Let's think. So 5-inch barrier isn't actually that big. We do like an 8-inch barrier. 8-inch barriers are too big as well, because you can lock off a street with that. So we can keep it with a 5-inch barrier. That's pretty much makes it impassable terrain, so you may be able to like allow you to kind of angle it as long as you have like one side within your range. You can just angle it in another direction to kind of lock somebody down or force them to move in an awkward direction. How big can you? So 5, it would cost 1, 2, 3, 4. It would cost 5 to get to 10 inches. 10 inches will lock down a street. Like, this is easily locking down a street. But that'd also make it a target number 17 to make that full barrier, which is not easy, because remember, this is still a D20 plus your spirit die, unless you're really using it. So if you have a default, let's say, of D6, so target number, let's say target number 10, I succeeded. All right, let's Oh no, I got a target number 15. What am I gonna succeed? I did because I rolled a 13. Aha. Like a 3 and a 1 here. I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna burn all my mana. Like, it's not easy doing this. Like, that's even suggesting you have a spirit die. You might not even have like that high of a spirit die, so you're just gonna be rolling a d20 and trying to get above what you need. So that could be okay. So that's a slight balancing factor. Numbers might increase there. I don't want like it to be like restrictive. It's a bad thing when your spell fails. It's not like a common thing. That's the catch. Common is, bad does not always need to be common. So barrier, we'll say 5 inches. 5 inches. 5 inches. Range. Range is going to be. We're gonna make that 4 inches instead. So you can do within 4 inches, you can make a barrier stretching any way you really want. So you can make some pretty stupid barriers and stuff to really mess with people. So number, I'll put in duration of effect 0, which is effect 0, which ends at the refresh phase. So, and it's going to be 3 magic points for +1 rounds. And then we'll put augments in, which is going to be thickness. Thickness. Because you can kind of say, like, it's literally just going to be like a straight line. It is literally just going to be a straight line, so you can walk up to it, but you can't cross through it. So thickness, which is going to be 1 inch. Which 1 inch doesn't seem very far, but it's like, yeah, that's like an entire inch worth of land that we can't really go into, especially if you get to like 4 inches. Suddenly that's like it's a spooky amount of things. It's like, yeah, here's like this big brick that you can no longer. Actually, no. No, we're not going to do that. But we are going to do damaging. Which is we're going to do damaging, which is going to be 2 damage. Or it's going to be 2 magic points for 2 damage. And we're going to be ally friendly. Allies can cross. Allies can cross, which is going to be a 3 magic point. So you may put it in. So the barrier doesn't discriminate. So you could say, okay, here's my 5-inch barrier here. I'm like, oh no, you can't really do anything, but we can pass through it, but you can't. So we've kind of got like this cover. And you don't have that cover. Unless I can actually do shoot through. No. Because it's a barrier. Because it's going to be treated as impassable terrain. If it's impassable terrain, we don't want people shooting through. It's again, this big-ass barrier, which is just annoying. It's going to make your life hard. Your life has gotten exponentially worse now. Thank you. So, there we go. There's all the spells. I will reorganize these, of course, to what needs to be. What needs to be the way it is. Yeah, no, it's just going to be an alphabetical order, pretty much. Okay, so, now what we get to do is we get to select this. Scroll all the way down. Put you there, put you there. Glitter Squad members, the forces of evil, and the forces of evil's captains and subordinates. So we need to do, because we already know what they're going to look like. So, actually, no, that reminds me. What we're going to do. So we need to, personal additional ones. Starts with a single spell. No, additional spells. Additional spells can be learned by paying 10 mana. See, by paying 8 mana. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So here's Ai Nakamura. We're not increasing any of her abilities. We need to pick her items now. We need to pick her weapons. So she is going to be most likely up front a little. No, actually, she's got a pretty decent acuity. So we're going to actually pick a. We're going to pick a rapid fire for. That's what she wants. She wants a rapid fire, which is going to cost 6. It's going to do 2d4 damage. Actually, I forgot about more. Actually, where is they get not furious. Where is There you go. There you go. There you go. Powerful. See, this unit is incredibly powerful. Unit can attack two different units in attack. With an attack in. So there we go. It's not a unit specific one. It's powerful. So yeah, she's got her rapid fire, which is range 6 inches. 6 inches. Powerful. She wants to gat people. She wants to get close and she wants to start shooting. Because she's got an auto gun. Her armor, because she is Ai Nakamura and on getting into a fight. Not as much. Not really. So she's pretty much just going to do some pretty basic. She's just going to take a Maho outfit. She's just getting a magician outfit. Auxiliary equipment wise, she's going to pick up a nothing. I don't think she's going to actually, no, she's going to pick up guards, boost her endurance by +3. She's going to cost her 3 and it's going to be +3 endurance. So Maho outfit, she has a defense of 10 and a of 20. She can take a little bit of a beating, not too much though. Tags. So what tags does she have in particular? How much have we spent on her so far? So it's 10, 20, 14, 19. So we spent 29 here. That's kind of already. So we spent 29, 35, 38. So we spent 38. Don't want to invest too much. Let's give her fast. Oh, let's not give her fast. Because she's already that, so she technically already has Inspire at 6 inches. Let's actually purchase her another Inspire for 9 inches. So pretty much as long as she's there, she's going to be able to actually keep everybody around. She's already wanting to clear the put in the distance, so she's just kind of guaranteeing that a little more. So, her spell, she wants to she's going to be a little bit, I think she's going to be supporty as much, but I think she wants to be, she doesn't have any spirit die, so she wants to probably pick something a little bit. She's probably going to pick up elevate. Yep, that's it. She's going to pick up elevate. That's going to be her spell. Okay. This is Ai Nakamura. So let's see. 29, 35, 40. Cool. She is officially worth 40 points total. 40 mana total, which that's probably a lot, but we can probably tone down her other squad. Because most of her points came in through here. Yeah, I think the cutie we could probably make her a little bit cheaper. She didn't really pick up much because she didn't really need to pick up all much. That's not her point. And because that's not her point, does she really need to worry about it all? That the answer is no, she doesn't really need to. So Ai works. Ai Nakamura does by sheer technicality. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to select a brand new notepad document. I'm gonna paste her in there so I know she's done. Her issues are going to be mostly magic, and she doesn't have that much endurance. She's going to probably need a support to back her up. So this leads me to the forces of evil. So the forces of evil. What are the forces of evil going to do? We need to give actually something. So we need. So forces of evil. The forces of the Dark Lord of Chaos. The forces of the Dark Lord are numerous, and ready to fight. The exalted few are referred to as captains. The exalted few are referred to as captains as they begin their journey to become part of the Dark Lord's inner council of evil. Inner council of generals. Captains serve as the bulwark. Captains serve as the. How do I want to word this? As the nail. Actually, captains serve as the nail in their force. At keeping their minions and subordinates in their favor. As a captain of the Dark Lord itself, they are also incredibly egotistical, not wanting share in any glory others, so they bow to him unless they bow to them. Put it in here. A captain costs 0 mana to add to list, meaning they are completely free. However, all subordinates cost 20 mana to add to the list, as they take up room against the captain themselves. actually, I should say subordinates. Subordinates may never have more invested mana in themselves than the captain. Let's see. So, let's see. May never have more invested mana. I'll put a footnote. Mana invested after recruitment, after the initial 20, after the initial 20 in themselves, more investment in themselves than the captain, unless they're going power play, of course. But kind of like the idea behind the forces of evil is that they are very specialized, or they can just swarm. Like, their entire goal in life is to just get as much people as possible and kill you. They want to complete the objective very quickly, and they want to overwhelm you. As with the captain themselves kind of being you can kind of say the big bad of the entire operation. They're the ones kind of throwing themselves at you because they're going to be probably more than a match for you than a standard magical girl. But they can only really have one of themselves, which is the issue. There's only one of them and multiple of you. Oh. Scroll up here. So luckily, I can copy and paste a lot of this stuff. Luckily, so roles in elite units, roles and advantages, particular format. There are 5 roles, so actually to go up here. Actually, we can get rid of the rookie. We're on our rookies. We want to do that row, and the mana cost is going to be 2, 2, 4, 4. Actually, 2, 4. We're going to do 2, 4, 4. There we go. 3, 3. Let's see. There are 5 roles for the forces of evil. For the forces of evil. Take leaders, magicians, supports, and defenders. The captain may elect. They choose the captain and all subordinates must take captain subordinate. I make that smaller. Captain slash board. Oh, okay. Let's take a roll, but can choose to use. We can choose to adopt a second role as well. Captains are cheaper to invest in. While subordinates do. Also, all subordinates have. Actually, I will say captains and subordinates have different costs for each. A different cost for each. Each roll. So we'll make an example character as well, and we're gonna name him Garglemax. I'm making Garglemax the spoiler. Garglemax hates everybody, and that's just gonna. Garglemax just fucking hates you. So he's free because he's the captain, and he is going to be a leader. He's going to be a leader, and fuck it, we'll make him a support. He's going to be a leader support. He's going to be sitting back. That's all he wants to do. He wants to sit back and keep everybody alive. Actually, no, he's going to be a leader. Fuck it, we'll make him a. He throws himself into the fight because he's going to lead from the front. That's what Garglemax does. He Garglemaxes. God bless Garglemax. Alright, so. Garglemax. Gargle. So we select. Luckily, I can just select almost all of these. And that's what I'm going to do. We'll select all of them. Scroll all the way down here. Okay. I have no honor, and that's fine. So primary activate the forces of evil. Let's see, the forces of evil. Forces of evil may purchase increases to their primary attributes by paying the cost. Both step by step and cumulative costs are added. So have here is so we gotta it's here. Power die size, so 3, 6, 13. Do we add it for different for the subordinate? No, we're not going to add it different for the subordinates. So, let's see what Garglemax. Let's see what is Garglemax going to do. Taking the situation. Garglemax, the spoiler. He's going to be a fighter man, so he doesn't need acuity. He's not that smart, but he needs body. Can we go sicko mode? We go sicko mode and give him huge body. Yeah, let's give him sicko mode. Big body, 0 spirit. Fuck it. He's going to be a one-man tank, and he is okay with that. So, unit's abilities, some of the increased other value cannot be changed. So, defense. He is going to invest in. Garglemax is our main man. Garglemax is going to invest in. Plus, no, you know what? He's not going to invest in any defense. That's going to be his thing. Actually, let's. Maybe do something like this. Just reduce the cost ever so slightly. Uh, 16 plus 9. You know, yeah, let's give Garglemax just a little bit of bonus defense. So he's going to invest in 2 plus 2 bonus defense. It's going to be his thing. He's going to invest in plus 2. He's going to pay a total of 4 for that. Already, we've spent 19 plus 5. We've spent 24 on it. So movement, he's fine on movement. 8 inches is pretty standard. Endurance. Do we need to increase his endurance at all? Let's see. We increase it down by a little bit. 4, 3, so it'd be 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Do we do that? No, I don't. I think that's a little bit wonky. Actually, No, 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 that's fine. Again, you can only have one. That's kind of the idea. You're only having one. So I think this should work. So if we do that, so this would be 3, 9, 18, 30, 30, 45. However, I'm not going to invest in any additional endurance for him. He's going to buy big ass armor. He doesn't need it. So glitter squad. So magic point one. Which magic points does he have? He only needs 5 magic points. So which leads to actually, there's the max amount of damage a forces of a villain can sustain. They are downed. Villainous endurance. So all villains and monsters have the default at 8 inches. The default movement for all villains and monsters is 8 inches. So movement used by spending mana. 3. We do 3-6 instead of 4-8. You know what, let's stick with 4-8. I think that's fine. You don't want people like zooming across the field. That's like one thing I want to kind of consider. You don't want people to like just zip zappity zoop and just ignore everything. Endurance is fine. Magic points. Is magical power the monster has, allowing them to use their spells and abilities. All actually, captain and their subordinates have, allowing them to use spells and abilities. All glitter squad members. So actually, we want to all of the elites of the forces of evil start with 6. Actually, what's a evil bad number in Japan? What's a bad number? 4 and 9. Okay, so you're going to have 4 magic points, but a forces of evil magician begins with 10. So yeah, pretty much you force of evil have like naturally lower mana, lower magic. But you know, force of evil magicians are a little stronger. It's just a smidge. Story. Gargle Max is fine. We've Gargle Maxed. So scroll. Luckily, we can shift over most of this. Not everything. Tags should be fine. Most tags should be fine. I'm probably gonna scrap heal though. Actually, I'm gonna keep heal, but like there's gonna be some cost differences there. Auxiliary, I'm gonna have one new auxiliary though. Okay, so now we get to like weapons. This should be fine. But what I am going to do is sub out all this. Give these a new. What do we want to call this? Call it a Devastator Cannon. It's going to do 3d8 damage. 3d8 damage. It's going to be range. It's going to charge 2. It's actually going to have a smaller range. It's going to have recharge 2 instead. We're not going to have the shield because who the fuck cares about shields? This is goddamn evil. A bunch of pussies. Let's see. Kane's going to be fine. The Buster weapon. Actually, we're going to have a radius of. So if we do a radius of 2 inches, so if we do the small little increment and just say everything around that area just takes fucking damage. Actually, no, I don't think that's a good idea. But I am going to give it powerful though. I think that's appropriate because we want to make these guys scary. They're big spooky enemies that do big damage. Weapons wise, let's see, is there anything here? And then we have to do the equipment of the force, the armory of evil. Armory of evil. Hey, Glitter Squad is. So we need to change this because guess what? Fucking magical girls here. We are the forces of evil. So, the armory of the Dark Lord. Dark Lord is vast and deadly. Each weapon designed to inflict pain and agony to those struck by their unholy aura. These weapons are nefarious and exude a hostile sense of foreboding doom. Boding doom to those who gaze upon them. These weapons, are nefarious. In addition, the various armor, the Dark Lord ensemble rose in malicious ensemble is emphasizes getting into the thick of battle, refusing to back down, even in desperate straits. And don't worry, Gogglemax will be using the most unholy of weapons. So and out. See a weapon. So we want to select this. Each of the weapons forged by the Misery Smiths, of the Dark Lord, are given purpose through carnage. A captain or subordinate can carry 2 weapons. Captain or subordinate can carry 2 weapons at any time. But must activate action to re-equip themselves. Pain, Misery Smiths. You haven't noticed I'm having a little bit of fun, right? Some of the activate is considered to be unusable weapon. So what is Gargle Max going to be? Gargle Max is obviously going to be using a heavy melee weapon. We'll call it it can be a heavy melee weapon, and we want to give it something authentic. It'll be a big fucking actually, it's going to be his big fucking claws. It's going to be his big claws because he just slashes at people, and that's going to do D8 plus 6 damage anytime he hits, and that costs 8. Armor, so we need Chan. Armor is a combination of chitinous, exteriors, rough skin, unkillable determination, and raw combat prowess that comes with being a servant of chaos. Armor has a default. Let's see. Default value, glitter A. The forces of the elites. The elites of the forces of evil. Evil may only have one kind of armor. So the big thing with them is that in the armor, they're going to have to cut it down a little bit. So let's see. They're going to. Their divine dress is going to. So let's actually do a curation here. Tank pants are going to go away. We don't need tank pants. Maho outfit, we're going to rename to thick skin. Its defense is going to be a little higher, but its endurance is going to remain about the same. Magician robes. Strange sigils. Strange tattoo sigils. Kanoshi garb. We're going to actually. Some evil ninja name. What's a appropriately evil kind of ninja? Evil wizard name. What's up? You want something that says evil, murder, death, Japanese to English, or assassin, killer, maniac. Aniaku. 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 Aniaku armor. Yeah, so, well, of course I'm using maniac armor. What are you talking about? I need to look cool while doing. We'll that we're gonna boost the endurance up a little bit. We'll call it a negative. We'll do it a despair field. The divine dress. This is the endurance. Actually, a juicer. We'll call it the juicer rig. Make a little reference, a riffs reference in there, just because I can. Defense is going to be a lot lower, but we're going to jack up the endurance to about 30. The idea being that you're supposed to just outlast everything with a fucking rig. It's a rig. Yeah, you're gonna get blasted. You're gonna get hit consistently, but you're gonna be able to regen everything. What do you call it? Battle armor. Assassin's clothes. What's that? Yakani suit. Crab suit. It's an appropriate killer. Murder. Clown. Yeah, fuck. I'm trying to come up with something for assassin. Because the idea behind it would be you're doing it like an assassin. You're like a evil murder assassin. Hitman, assassin. Unless we call it, actually. We'll call it Insano armor. Insano armor. There we go. Spare field juicer, battle armor, thick skin. Okay. Pretty much does the exact same thing. They just get a few less options. We're gonna reduce this. We're gonna reduce the cost of that. Reduce the cost of basic battle armor. Maniac armor. Increase this. Spare. This juicer rig. Insano armor. You can probably increase Insano armor to about battle armor 35. Connie suits. Fuck it. I guess we can actually bring battle armor down to 30. Bring Insano armor 20. So battle armor is the most consistent. So let's see, Connie armor, high decent defense, decent endurance, decent protection. You're just fucking slow, because you're a goddamn crab suit. Insano armor gives you bonus damage, but you have decent defense unless we bring your defense down to standard. But you get the bonus damage, which is very useful. Battle armor is the most consistent and cheap. You just get some bonus to that. I guess we can increase this to 10. Because that's the battle armor. The juicer rig gets you a lot of endurance, but you have very low defense, but you have the endurance regen, which is pretty. Despair field is consistent. You don't really get anything else with it. Meguca armor gives you dodge. Maniac armor gives you dodge and sweet. We can increase you up to like 18. This is a little bit more health. Strange tattoo sigils. That's exactly what and thick skin. Thick skin is the most consistent. So, kidoki then. What would our giant crab man be rushing around in? Well, obviously, I believe he's going to be in. I believe Gargle Max Despoiler is because he is a big claw man. He is going to be in a canny suit, so he's going to have a defense of 17 technically, with 45 endurance. He's a tank. He is a horrifyingly difficult person to kill, but he's also going to be 4 inches goddamn turn for his full movement. If he moves everything, he can move 8 inches. This man is not going fast, but once he does get into combat, you aren't going to kill him. And I know what a spell I'm going to take for him, so actually it's 2 points. 4. Auxiliary armor. This auxiliary stuff, let's see, blue sparkle crystals. We'll call it agony shot. Restore some endurance. Glasses of sight. We can keep that. Guardian harness. Or the moonstone. We don't need. So we'll call it a screaming stone. Fully restore. Destroy a minion within 6 inches. Restore a 3d6 endurance. A power bracelet, red sparkle crystal. That's going to be a pain shot. Sorceress's circlet. All. All Repulse's headpiece. Oh, the Repulsian headpiece. Speedstone, Sunstone. Actually, what we'll call it is a explosive bug. We're gonna throw a bug at somebody. Let's see, range 6. All targets within 2 inches of detonation take 2d4 plus 2d4 damage. Endurance damage. Not very. So instead of doing 2 to 5, you're going to be able to do 2 to 8 damage. Because it's a bug that explodes, and it's going to do a little bit more because you're the forces of fucking evil. That's your job, to be evil. Let's see, screaming stone. This is agony shot. So white topaz. A chaos. We'll call it a chaos shot. Consumable. So the idea is that they're using shots and stuff, and they're like, oh, their healing items literally called an agony shot or pain shots, repulsian headpiece, screaming stone. Those are supposed to be ominous. So let's see. Block ignores damage. Why are you aerial? Let's see. So fear. Instead of fear, we're going to call it evil aura. Since of fear of their enemies, all enemies take a -2 to strike the melee combat. Oh, sneezed. 69. So, Let's bump that up to 7, actually. So evil are fast, okay. Dodge, that's fine. Block's fine. Evil are fearless, furious. Heal, they're not going to get healed. Instead, going revel in agony. Revel in agony. It's going to only be 2 per 3 inches. As your unit restores 2 endurance. Whenever a minion or subordinate ever an ally unit is destroyed or downed. Actually, we're going to we'll give it that a solid 6, because you can restore a lot of health if you minion spam. Actually, inspiring aura, signal check once per activation, magic regen, poison, powerful rending, scout, sharpshooter, sniper, strider, tactician, and actually what we called Heart of Darkness. Heart of Darkness. Heart of Darkness. We'll call it a 6. We'll give it a 6. So, when this unit downs in elite, downs an elite unit, opposing elite unit. Actually, what we can do, we make this like the we'll do that, but it's going to be very specific. So, the unit, when downing a glitter squad member, as all glitter squad members within say 10 inches make a, what did I end up calling it? Glitter check. So make a frighten check. A frighten check. Unit when the unit when downing a glitter squad member has all glitter squad members within 6 inches of the downed target make a frighten check. Literally, because you are so fucking evil, people get scared less even around you. And so you get a lot more options to play with, but we're gonna have to go to our spells here real fast. And spells, luckily, most spells are similar. We just get to scrap 2 of them. Spell. The forces of evil. The forces of evil. Forces of evil start with a single spell they know. Additional spells can be learned by pay. Let's say 7. So yeah, we'll keep it at 8. Actually, we'll keep it at 9 mana. Blast, beam, elevate, booster, heal. Don't have heal. Don't have protect. do have is handler. The unit is a handler of kaiju. The handler of a kaiju. They are to control the beast. Control the beast on their turn. Able to control the beast with this spell. As well as keep it functional. Let's see. Action. So we'll do a kaiju action. 1 and we're going to say for 5 magic points. 5 magic points. They're going to be able to +1 actions. Range, we don't really need. We just have to work kaiju, so let's do augments. So augments. Restore the restoration. Say 2 magic points. Increase +1d +1d6 friends to the kaiju. We're going to protect, which is going to be 2 magic points +1 protection to the kaiju. Embolden, 2 magic points. We'll give it +2 to all actions. The kaiju's gonna be a bit harder. And our final one, which is going to be simply just called Agonize, which is going to be Agonizing Aura. Target number. Let's see. Exudes an evil aura around them, causing pain to everyone caught in the radius. Actually, we're going to do radius is going to be 4. Augments gain siphon. That's going to be siphon. Release 1 mat, so it's going to do 2 magic points. Heal 2 magic points to heal. Siphon. It's going to be dealt. I have a duration. Of the effect right here. Ignore allies, which is going magic points, because you shouldn't really be doing that. Who fucking cares about it? Actually, we'll do 2 magic points. There we go. Okay, so we've done that. Obviously, we're going to select boost. Actually, what would you want to do? You're going to be a leader. Your entire thing probably is you're going to pick Agonizing Aura up, which your entire thing is you want to get into the fight as, actually, no, you need boost. So you need boost. Healy. Okay, so do I need any of these? Yes, I need to purchase. We'll purchase Evil Aura, 7. And we'll purchase Fast for 4. And we do have Inspire 6 inches at 6 inches. And then Boost for 0. Alright. Max spoiler, so his total point cost coming up to 20, 24. That would be 32, 40, 47, 30, 31. He's actually worth 31 points. He's actually pretty cheap, all things considering. But he doesn't really have anything, because he's only going to be moving at fucking 4 inches. But he has a big-ass suit on, and he's trained to fucking kill you. So, alright. So this is working about as what I was thinking, because he's a little bit cheaper, but he's able to do a lot more. Contrast to have a... but you're also going to shitties. Okay. Cool, cool. Gargle Max somewhat works. I think this does, in fact, work. So, I'm going... call it there for today. We've got pretty much most things roughly done. 2 things I need to do. I'm going to do this during my own time, which is get minions and kaiju done. When minions and kaiju are done, we're pretty good for this Friday to wrap everything up with the campaign play. So, thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad, and I hope you all had a wonderful time. I will catch you all on Friday. Hopefully you are there. So, Godspeed, good luck. See you again.